Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Maverick News Channel. Hello, Mavericks and new viewers. We have, well, what should be an inferno of a show tonight. It's going to be on fire. If those who say they're going to show up actually show up, I think they will. And we have some unexpected guests who have contacted us with interest in coming on the program this evening. They expressed an interest in joining us to talk about the crazy ostrich farm out in Edgewood, British Columbia. Last minute. So it's going to be a barn burner. I keep using these descriptive terms relating to fire, and the world is, in many respects, really on fire tonight. Whether you're looking at tonight's program on Maverick News or around the world. Iran, protesters being shot in the streets, Trump claiming something of a gain in ground there politically, also praising the release of what he describes as political prisoners in Venezuela. Tonight, we have, oh my, what else is going on? Situation in Ukraine, still unresolved. We have jobs available here in Canada, a country where we're told there are no jobs. The government actually is, I guess, looking for people to help protect those new F-35s that are not very far away from being delivered. The first batch of those sophisticated fifth-generation fighter jets from the United States. And then there's the open-ended question, will Canada follow through and buy the rest of the jets that we had planned on purchasing, or will we pivot by only the minimum required by our contract with the United States and then purchase instead Gripens from Sweden, which actually wouldn't really be from Sweden because we would be assembling them right here in Canada. Either way, NATO planes, right? We're part of NATO, well, at least for now, although that seems to be flying apart too, as Trump still has his sights set on Greenland, and the rhetoric there continues to ramp up. And I don't know what else to tell you, man, except that through all of this, there's this crazy ostrich story up in Edgewood, British Columbia that keeps rearing its head. And we've had some unexpected developments even overnight. I've had some people phoning me, giving me new information. I've had people who have been on the show calling me to elaborate. I wouldn't say necessarily clarify, but elaborate on what their position and situation is now that we've been exploring the overall situation and really bringing some new information forward too over the last few nights in a series of reports focused on that. Man, it's not about the ostriches, man. It's a political thing, and I'm going to show you that tonight as our guests begin to join us. Now, you're going to have to wait for the special stuff for a little while, because the guests aren't going to start arriving until, I don't know, somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. But when they start rolling in here, the information that I'm going to bring to you will be a little bit different. And I think revealing. Some of it will be entertaining, because I have something very special lined up, and that special thing is actually there's a memorial for Spirit and the other ostriches from Universal Ostrich Farm that were culled by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. How many weeks ago has it been? How many weeks has it been now? 6 or something like that? Maybe more. I can't keep track of them. Losing track of time. Time flies when you're not having fun. But we're going to have some fun tonight, and we're going to get serious too and really explore this issue because we have Elena Butler supposed to join us this evening. She's one of the people who went to the farm to volunteer. And I'll let her tell her story. She also helped bring donations in. She did a lot of things to try to help the farm, but her position has changed over time. Says that she wasn't really treated that well out there. Ultimately, I think she was told to leave and not come back. She'll tell us what led to all of that. And she'll tell us a little bit about her efforts to generate funds for the Universal Ostrich Farm and that protest that went from really being a protest about ostriches to largely an anti-government, I would say even anti-Canadian protest. I think that's not unfair at all. And I'll illustrate that tonight as well. And then we're also going to have, this was an unexpected twist and turn, but I'm told that Blake Roberts wants to join us on the program. I've never spoken to him before. I will give him an opportunity to have a voice here as well, even though he's the guy who out at the farm set the Canadian flag on fire. But we'll talk to him. So that's coming up. And Angie Clowry will be back as well later in the broadcast. And it wouldn't be fair to not include Angie because she has done so much work on the whole story. It has really helped line up a lot of these interviews, most of them actually over the last few nights. So a lot of credit has to go to her for digging into this and giving locals out there, the local residents in Edgewood, British Columbia, who are on the other side of this issue, who have been impacted by it so profoundly, giving them a voice because it has had an impact on the community and on the quality of life for people out there. And the effects of what has happened out there will be lingering, not just for the local community either, as we'll explore here tonight. And as we have in the past, but I'll elaborate again on all of that tonight, is that this is having lingering effects on Canada. And I think that was really one of the main objectives behind some of the people who really got behind the political protest out at Universal Ostrich Farm, that farm that was turned into an open-air biolab to conduct COVID research, ultimately, although we were subjected to information campaigns that were designed to mask over that largely and conflate that with assertions that that research had something to do with bird flu and that the birds had to be saved so that they could then in turn save humanity. But we'll let a lot of these folks speak as we start to dig into that story, those feature interviews coming up a little later in the broadcast, and today's top news stories of the day. So stay with me, and we'll start digging into it all on the other side of this.
Greetings, brave mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
The information war is raging. Truth without integrity is worth nothing. Maverick News. Because those who have power and those who seek it must be held accountable.
The world is watching.
Join our family of truth seekers. Donate today and add your voice to the chorus of Maverick Knights. Donate at maverickdonations.com. Truth. Integrity. It's the Maverick way. Maverick News. The world is watching.
And I didn't even mention what is probably the top news story still tonight, maybe in all of Canada and the United States, and that's the shooting of Renee Good, who was on a street in her SUV and ended up being shot by an ICE officer, when that has sparked more division, if that was even possible, in the United States and in Canada. What am I saying tonight? With regard to that, I've been reluctant to take a position on what happened there, because the videos I'm seeing online it seems they're all, to one degree or another, edited, either shortened or clipped and then put back together, and bits and pieces put together. And then I see different influencers on each side of the politics commenting on it, to defend their tribe's position and turn it into a political thing, which it is political on many levels. I mean, it was a protest involved. I mean, obviously it's very political, but sorry, people binging me here live. So I've just been very reluctant to make an assessment beyond just, there's a video, you decide for yourself, because I'm not sure that what I'm seeing is, from any of them, is fully accurate. When you look at all these different videos and put them all together, and you can make an assessment, and you can see why, even from some different angles, you can reach different conclusions. But I think some influencers are exploiting that in order to do what they need to do to keep their political masters happy and their viewing base. And anyway, slice it, it's a tragedy for the woman, for her family, for her kids, for the country. Division. We've got it here in Canada too, but it's worse down there. It absolutely is. You can see it. You see it in the streets. You see it in the guns. You see it in the violence. We've got it here too, especially, in Toronto, where you have daily protests. Up in Ottawa, where you have regular protests. But those are protests, and the level of violence hasn't quite reached that level yet. Well, a few months back, we did have some pretty serious confrontation happening in that park, where there was talk of baseball bats coming out and so on, to relive a moment in history over LGBTQS plus rights and immigration and all of that. And it's sad, man. It's sad. I really miss Canada the way it was. I was talking to somebody today about that, who told me people, young people, Generation Z has grown up and they don't even know the Canada that I knew. And that's why they don't care. Listening to that made me sad too. Really sad. And then I thought about it and I thought, wow, man, you really are a fossil. You're really old school journalist. And I've seen a lot. I know this country. I know its bones, its structure, its foundation. I can still feel it. It's still there. It's just been abused. But I was told young people don't care. And he even said they're lazy. And he's on their side. And he agrees with them. Don't care, just tear it down. Literally wants to burn it down. Because they don't want this. Because they don't see beyond the current set of issues. I got news for them. There are always issues and there are always problems, man. There always will be. Some people just exploit them, make them into more than they are, and make people believe that they're not solvable in the current situation because they're listening to people with, I would say, even evil motives. Profit, power. So just tear it all down, destroy it. We don't care. We're young, he says. We get to make our own mistakes. We don't have to listen to you boomers. Yeah, you might be wiser and you might have lessons to teach us, but we don't want to listen to you. We are the future, so we get to decide. We want you to step aside. Because I'm told that Generation Z gets to decide what the future is going to be. So we should just let them burn it down. And if that means becoming the 51st state, then so be it. That would just destroy it. Because it's not worth saving. Because clearly he doesn't see it. I don't know. He didn't live in the same part. He's never lived in the same part of Canada as me, as far as I know. And his experience, not full. Misguided he is. Nice fella. Well-intentioned. Think a good heart. Maybe. Remains to be seen. Made me sad. Canada is older than itself. Canada is older than the United States, even though we are a young country, and both of those things are true at the same time. 1867, that's the starting point that people always pick. Confederation. Or 1982, the patriation of the Constitution, and I remember it because I'm old. Down to the gymnasium we went when I was in school as a boy to watch it on television. As the Queen and the Prime Minister signed. And in true Canadian fashion, it wasn't unanimous. But it was legal. It was lawful. It was valid. It happened. And we do have a constitution. I saw it. I lived it. And in 1982, we celebrated. We put the Charter of Rights and Freedoms up on the wall in the school in the front lobby. And it offered us a hope for the future. We were leading the world as part of something special after World War II. And that's why people wanted to come here. And they still do. By the millions. Who can blame them? Look at British Columbia. Look at that land around even the ostrich farm. Supernatural. It's true. My brother lives out there. I've been there. What a spectacle. My God. It's gorgeous. I don't like that he moved out there because I never get to see him. I don't get to see my nephew, but I understand why he's there. Amazing. That's Canada. But this is Canada here too, and it's different than it is out there. The people are kind of different, even though, my brother and I are family. He's different than me. That's why he's there and I'm here. We're individuals. And he was free to go. And I'm free to stay. I'm just talking off the top of my head, man, because I didn't really know what I wanted to talk about tonight because our guests were coming on later and I thought, well, what am I going to talk about? There's always something to talk about because so much is going on and there's so much at stake. And we're under attack. Canada. Not only do people want to come here, some people want to take us over. They want what we have. Thing is, you don't need to take us over. You don't need to invade us or annex us. We're already your friends, your neighbors, your siblings. We are a sibling of the United States. You don't need to invade us. We're already your ally. And if you want to come here, it's pretty damn easy because we'll share. Yet so many people want to send people home. And I've said too much immigration, too fast. I get it. Like too many numbers. Not building houses fast enough. You need to be careful how you do these things when you're building a country. And we're still building the country. But I love this place, and my heart's not full of hate or anger. I don't want to point my finger at my neighbor and blame the current set of problems on him because he's different than me. That's not being Canadian. It sure as hell is not freedom. I want to share. What Canada is. Because it still is there. It's just been abused. That's why we're going through what we're going through right now, because you're getting the pendulum swinging back hard the other way. Because mistakes were made. But as Stephen Harper has said, and I don't know if he was the first to coin it, probably not, but I've heard it from him. Our system is designed to self-correct, and that's what we're going through right now. We're going through a period of correction, and that's rocky. And we're getting the extremes, and Worse than that, we have people who are exploiting the opportunity, and they're trying to prevent the pendulum from swinging back because they smell profit and they smell power. Sometimes the profit is small. Some of them have their sights set on a lot of profit because they want to take over the resources. And some of them are just paid off. To attack what is supernatural. Canada is older than itself. Our system predates the country. The country itself was here long before Confederation, because the system was already in place before we ever became a sovereign nation. The Americans who want to take us over don't want us to understand that, and a lot of people don't, because we've done a poor job of educating Canadians on their own history. And it's been difficult because we're bombarded with U.S. media and U.S. history. And so it becomes blended in people's minds, and people are confused. And I understand why. And I don't blame them. People are busy living their lives, honestly, living the Canadian dream. Taking their kids to soccer or hockey practice, off to work, taking the kids to school, picking up the groceries, clearing the driveway, over and over and over and over again. Walking the dog in the snow and the slush. It's okay. It ain't that bad. Peaceful at night around here. And this isn't a small city. No problem. Grew up here. It's not the same as it was when I was a kid. People have moved away. Some people still here from when I was a kid. Right across the road, I remember a neighbor walked out into his driveway one day, had a heart attack, died right there in the driveway. That was it. Here today, who knows about tomorrow? You got to make the most of it while you have it and appreciate it. None of us ever do. Take it for granted. Just like our country. But Canada is older than itself. And it is resilient, and we have stood the test of time, the tests that have been thrown at us by people who would like to absorb us into a melting pot that isn't the melting pot that they claim, because they have their problems down there too. Lots of them. I would say it's even worse. Today, news story. Speaking of news. Headline, I haven't read the story, but I get it. CTV. Talking about Canadians adjusting their plans. Some people traveling to the U.S. and encountering Americans who don't like Canadians. Highlighted in the story how extensive is it's happening because of all the rhetoric, the politics. Man, we're just a bunch of commies up here, I guess. It's disgusting, actually, the narratives that are being spun up, man. People banging me. I'm not looking. Portraying us as a bunch of drug dealing commies or victims of communism. We got to have the Americans come up and save us. It's a lie. You can think otherwise if you want, but it's not true. My God. Canada, a communist country, socialized to a substantial degree. Lots of countries are, including the United States. And it's not like it is in Canada, but I'm familiar with both. Far from being a communist country. Far. I think I've been too critical of Canada. I know I was. Too critical of Canada and not critical enough of the people abusing it. But that's largely too because, even if you go back 3 years, 4 years, 5 years ago, I wasn't able to clearly see where the abuse was truly coming from. It's important to understand that. Because on the surface, you see reaction. You're not seeing the action that came before that. Because they're not allowed to talk about it. The politicians, the government, Canadian intelligence, they're not allowed to talk about some of that stuff. It would reveal too much. Cause too many problems. Look what happens when you just run a video accurately quoting Ronald Reagan. Now, there was a conservative. Donald Trump, he's not a conservative. He lied. Misrepresented himself, he did. There's nothing conservative about his policies at all. Not Trump 2.0. Tariffs? Him telling us that Ronald Reagan loved tariffs? Another lie. Getting upset with Canada, trying to make us suffer up here with his tariffs. Because our premier in Ontario told the truth. Truth social. Everything right now is upside down. There's one thing I've learned about government over the years. If they call something something, it probably means the opposite. Government program, family planning, it's an abortion clinic, okay? Hello? Truth social? Maybe Trump's truth. That's the other thing that I had in my conversation today. We should be allowed to believe whatever we want to believe, he says. Doesn't make it true. Doesn't make it constructive. I don't know. Somebody's asking me why I have the comments turned off. I don't have the comments turned off. On some channels, the comments are turned off, but on the main channels, some of the channels had the comments turned off a long time ago because they were being sabotaged and people were trying to have the channel taken down. That's why. But over on the main channels, we have a mod or two, and we can take care of things. So it's open. You're just not on the channel with the chat. Because we're trying to engage in free speech. Good luck. these days because so many people just want to shut you up. Because the people who are fighting for freedom these days, seems they don't believe in freedom at all. They say they don't want censorship and they want free speech, but then they want to just shut down and shut people up that disagree with them. That's not Canadian. But they also don't understand that there are limits to everything. My mom, when I was younger, she doesn't say it so much anymore. She would always say, well, there's a limit. Well, you mean like when I'm making this crazy noise in the backseat of the car with this popping sound as I click my tongue with my bubble gum thing? There's a limit. Yeah, there is. There's a limit to everything. It's true. That's the problem. People don't want, the people who, some people just think there shouldn't be a limit. They should be allowed to do whatever they want to do. And I understand the concept of freedom, but there is always a limit. Except maybe for Donald Trump. Because he's rigged the system. He's rigged it, man. Got in there and his team set it up. So he got a Supreme Court decision that says, the president is basically above the law, especially particularly when dealing with international issues of war. Did he go to Congress before he did that thing in Venezuela? No. Just did it. Did he go to Congress before he dropped the bombs on Syria today? Did you know that he dropped bombs on Syria today? That's the other thing. The fellow that I was talking to on the phone talked about his mom. Apparently they took in these Syrian people, charging them rent or whatever. I don't know. He was just going on about it. Got pretty upset. That's okay. Except it's not okay in a way. It's just, I don't know. Ultimately, I don't know. I don't know the whole story. He was just upset about the way things went with him and his mom and these immigrants. And maybe they wouldn't have had to come here if we weren't bombing the crap out of them. Just saying. Greenland. I'm getting binged like crazy. I don't want to look. People sending me messages. I'm not looking in the chat right now either. I don't have blonde hair. I'm not in my 20s. I ain't that sexy. Used to be. I was like Donald Trump sexy, man. Oh, yeah. Studley I was. Oh, then I could get the ratings. Not so much today. All I have is what I know. You guys, I have you guys, right? Some of you. I've got a vision. A desire. Pride. I guess I have a lot, but I ain't that sexy. So I'm not part of the big social media influencer network of younglings who are out there crapping on the country. It's not because they're conservatives. It's because they're not thinking. And they're not being fair. I am kind of conservative. I'm not a communist. I'm a Canadian. This is my home. We have some problems. I'm here to help try to make it better every day with you guys. And to do that, you call out people who abuse things, people who exploit things, people who lie. You call out the lies. You try to fix the problems, and when good things happen, you praise those things, and you keep those things. That's what being a conservative is about. Conserving what is good, changing what is not good, or improving upon things, but you don't burn it all down. You don't just crap on something for the sake of crapping on it because you're on one team or the other. You conserve the good and fix what's broken and move on. That's the basis for our entire system. Democracy, giving you a voice. Dating back to the Magna Carta, due process. Speech rights. Rights that come from a higher place, not from a man or a woman or a government. An entire system based on precedent. Setting the standard for property rights, for punishment when laws are broken. So we have fairness. And all of these concepts embedded in our Constitution. But these are things that came long before the country, long before our Constitution, long before Confederation, long before 1982. It comes from not the current batch of social media influencers on any side of the political spectrum. These things come from hundreds and even thousands of years of philosophy. And lessons learned from pain, suffering, achievement, sacrifice, death. You want to burn it down? You want to destroy it? You dishonor those who came before us, who fought for what we have, not just what we had. It's still there. You want it? Learn. Learn how to use it constructively. Don't get your head all mixed up with a mixture of political systems. Learn how yours works, because it's solid. And if you learn how to actually use it properly, You can achieve things. You can change things because it is changeable. But you don't need to change it much. Everybody's just looking in the wrong direction. It doesn't need to change much. 150 plus years with our Constitution, but it's based on freedom and the concepts that formed. And I'm sorry, it's a liberal democracy, but that's not to say that it's progressive liberalism necessarily. You need to understand what these phrases mean, these terms. Ronald Reagan was a classical liberal. Donald Trump isn't. Portrayed himself as such, but he is not, as it turns out. Because people who believe in freedom don't go around stealing things from others. People who believe in freedom also believe in justice. And when you make a promise, you keep it. You don't just kick somebody out because you don't like them. And you don't use somebody as a scapegoat. That playbook has been overused through history. And I'm sure you're most familiar with what happened during World War II. The problem is, too many people have been told it's okay to not care. It's not okay to not care. Because too much blood has been spilled to give us what we have. And it's my obligation as a fossil to do what I can to pass that on. Not just to my kids and my family and their kids if they have any, but to my neighbor and his kids. To preserve that promise, that hope, that freedom, to bring it back in a fuller way. Why was it allowed to erode? Why? Because we asked for it. We demanded it. We let them scare us. Not me. Some of us resisted that. We were able to stand back and say, whoa, wait a minute. You're not going to lock me down. I'm going to push back on that. But a lot of people were scared. And they asked for it. The majority of people at the time. That's why we lost it. Because we asked for it. Collectively. But the system self-corrects. You just have to make sure you don't let it slip away while it's self-correcting. It's pretty hard when you have a media powerhouse out there, a juggernaut, in constant attack mode, jacking us up, filling our heads full of lies. Would I like less government? Yeah, some less government. Because I'm conservative. I'm a free market guy. Always have been. Guess what? We already had that. It could be adjusted. a lot on the fiscal side. We could get into the issues, but we're not a communist country by any stretch, because, man, people who say that, you just make me shake my head. You don't know. You have no idea what you're talking about. Like, really, they are truly clueless. We're not there yet. There are some of them among us, and probably even, yes, in government, there are some, but that's not what it is. That's not what the United States is. Man. I know what communism is, man. Killing fields, Khmer Rouge. Wow. You want it back? Stick with me, man. I'm trying to get it back, because it's like right there. You know what happens if you burn it all down? It's not there at all. You'll probably never get it back. I know of what I speak. I know of what I speak. I've been places. I've had the privilege of walking among those who shaped our world, our country, for a long time. Not as well known as some, but I was there. I saw the Constitution patriated in 82. I've covered the Queen. I've been there. Premiers, prime ministers, presidents, G7 conferences. I've been there. I know of what I speak, man. There's always a problem. There's always trouble. There's always an issue. I was there when Mulrooney was negotiating NAFTA. I was covering the campaigns. I was at the conservative rallies. I covered Mulrooney. I was there. I've met John Turner. Look online. You'll find the debates between Mulrooney and Turner and the whole free trade issue. You think it's any different today? Same issues. Just a different guy in the White House. We were just lucky it was Reagan back then and not this guy. This guy's destructive. Not just to Canada, to his own country. His economic policies, not conservative. I've heard some describing them as Marxist. That's not entirely accurate, but it is absolutely socialistic, focused on a national socialism of sorts. And if you are a regular viewer here, you understand, I hope at this point, that what we are going through is a convergence. You've been witnessing and experiencing a convergence of communism and fascism into this broad umbrella, which is covering this populist political manifestation in the United States that has taken form in this branded MAGA thing that was originally sold to us as conservatism, but it is not. And you saw the evolution and the mutation of that during the last election, when you saw the far left people from the Democrats leaving the party and coming over and joining MAGA, and they were making the tent broader and broader with no commitment to actual political ideology or principles. It was just like, well, you want to join? You're into, and you're into, and you're into, because they needed the critical mass to win the election. Because even though I'm sure that both sides were doing their best to rig the damn thing, they still need you. They still, well, not you, Canadians. They do need you because they want you ramped up too, and they want you thinking properly and echoing what their narrative and their marketing slogans are. But in the States, they still need the voters, and here in Canada, the politicians still need you. But MAGA has no principles. They'll take anybody. And they'll say that he was saying anything to get elected. Now he's in. But the psyop that they're running, I hate to use that word, but it's like you're seeing it, man. He's not doing what he said he was going to do. During the campaign, did he say he was going to come up here and take over our country? Did he say anything about taking over Venezuela or regime change there? No, he said the opposite. We don't want to get involved in any other wars. What did he do today? He's dropping bombs on Syria. What do you think is going on in the streets of Iran right now? Do you think that's organic? These huge protests resulting in the government coming out, reacting to the actions of the massive protests, which are a threat actually to the government. And the government is responding because they're trying to restore order and hold on to their power. And you have these massive protests. You've got people being shot in the street right now. That's not organic. That's the result of an information warfare campaign that's coming from, well, you're not supposed to know. But it's not too hard to figure it out. That's foreign influence. And I love the United States. I really, really love the United States. I love what it stands for. I love what it was predicated on. I like Ronald Reagan. And even though he did some of that himself, he had a vision that I still hold in my head. And maybe it's a cliche, but that's the United States and we're Canada. Nevertheless, I still aspire to that shining city on a hill that he refers to. Because that represents what even we in Canada really are supposed to be about. All the things that I spoke about at the beginning of this broadcast. The things that we actually have embedded in the foundation of our country. Democracy, freedom, rule of law, due process, precedent. So that we have freedom. And the shining city on a hill is a beacon to the world of hope. That's why everyone wants to come here. Not just to the United States, but to Canada as well. Some want to go there. Some want to come here. Some want to leave. Some want to leave here. Some want to come from the United States and come here to get away from the dude in the White House. It depends on your personal preference. And people should be free to aspire to whatever version of the dream they wish. But there's no freedom in theft. No freedom in theft. I learned that when I was like 5. I had a chalkboard, a little tiny chalkboard. I don't know where I got it. It was just this old, beat up toy. 5 years old. Given to me but I had no chalk. And I kept asking my mom, can we get some chalk? Can I do something so I can get some chalk? Yeah, we're going to get some chalk. Weeks went by. Never got any chalk. I so wanted to just draw on the chalkboard. It still sticks in my head. And I just started kindergarten. And the teacher was using chalk on the chalkboard. She asked me if I would clean the chalkboard erasers. Okay. And when nobody was looking, there was a little tiny piece of chalk. Like that big. Just a teeny tiny piece of chalk. And I looked at it and I thought for a while, should I take it or shouldn't I take it? I don't know. I want the chalk so bad. It'd been weeks. And I put it in my pocket when the teacher wasn't looking. Not a whole piece, not a whole stick, just a tiny piece. And I took it home. I went downstairs and I hid under the stairs in the basement, our unfinished basement, this little house that we lived in, grew up in. I took out that chalk and I drew on the chalkboard. I felt empty inside. It wasn't mine. I felt guilty. I still carry that guilt today. I'm sharing that with you. Later, my mom went downstairs and she found it. And she asked me where I got it. I said, I found it. And she said, you found it? And I took it. I got caught with my hand in the chalk jar like a cookie. And I felt the shame because there was no pride in it. No pride, no joy, guilt. And here I am, a fossil, and I carry that pain. I've learned from it. Donald Trump hasn't learned that lesson. The people who follow him don't get it. The people who are working for him don't get it. The people who are profiting and helping to tear it all down don't get it. Having is not so fulfilling as wanting. And when you take it, when you steal it, or when you help someone steal it, it just leaves you empty. There's no freedom in that. Self-imprisonment. I will never free myself from that small prison under the stairs.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
So I'm just strolling through the chat here, and I see money for charity, $100. Well, thank you. Question, Rick, did the Canadian liberal boomers leave Gen Z and the millennials behind? Many of us feel that the only choice we have to go against anything the Canadian libs hold dear in an act of defiance to get even. Yeah, I know. Trudeau was an idiot. He was by far the worst prime minister Canada ever had, probably ever will. He was never able to relate to regular, ordinary Canadians because he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, to a position and a family of privilege. He really has been Canadian royalty, and I am old enough to remember Pierre Trudeau and Trudeau Mania, his dad. I also did work on the marketing side through my automotive show with a car dealership that had on display for a long time, and I think they still keep it for him, Justin Trudeau's Mercedes convertible antique, which was his dad's. That's the one that he got married in. Did they leave Gen Z behind? No. No, they didn't leave Gen Z behind. It's just a challenging time. There are solutions, and they are at hand. Donald Trump is making it more of a challenge because of the tariffs. But the government is responding. It takes time. But I've been through booms and busts, and I know that it's hard right now to even imagine that you'll be able to buy a house. But the time will come again. I remember the 70s. High inflation, rising prices, high unemployment. Jimmy Carter. Lineups at gas stations. High gas prices, rationing. And I was told young people today didn't get to grow up in the Canada that you grew up in. Yeah, they didn't get to grow up in the Canada that my dad grew up in either. Thank God. Because it was worse. Much harder. You think it's hard today? This is nothing. This is great. It wasn't so easy in the 70s, man. It was not. I remember high unemployment here, then opportunity out in Alberta. So a lot of people left here, went out to Alberta. They got work out there for a while in the oil patch, or they went north. My other brother went north to Elliott Lake to work in the mines up there, in a lime mine, but they also have uranium up there. It's not easy to build a country or to keep it. But my God, it's like, when was it ever easy? My dad went to school in a one-room schoolhouse. A one-room schoolhouse. In my hometown. Well, not where I live now. Normally, this is my hometown. Down in Chatham, you go to Buxton. There's a one-room schoolhouse right there. And some people who went to school in that one-room schoolhouse still around. It's a mostly black community, a lot of black heritage, history of, slavery, and it's steeped in Canadian and U.S. history there. George Brown, my God, the history, and it's so much different. The history is different here in Canada. If you learn about these things, you understand why Canada has value, not just to itself, but also to the United States. It's because we are different. In many respects, Canada is the country of sober second thought for the United States. I've mentioned the whole situation in Iran when Canada helped get, Americans out during the Iran hostage crisis. Because we were Canada, we could do that. If we were part of the 51st state, then. But have we left Gen Z behind? Nope. It's just hard right now. My son's Gen Z. He's got a good job because he went out and hustled, set himself up for it. I helped him get there when he was young with a little mentoring. And he actually has 2 jobs. The opportunity is there if you choose to go and find it and avail yourself of it. Education. Canada has one of the most educated, most highly educated populations in the world. Great universities. We have so much going for us up here, and we're more valuable to the United States as an ally and as a trading partner than we ever would be as a 51st state. And all you Albertans out there, you think that you're just going to be so much better off if they become the 51st state and then that border gets dissolved. What do you think is going to happen to your jobs? You're going to have to compete with more people. They're going to come north if there's an oil boom, they're going to want those jobs. And that'll push the wages down. They have high unemployment in a lot of states in the U.S. too. And that's what's going to happen. You're going to have to share. If not with us, then with them. So much is just two-dimensional thinking. And there's so much value here. That's why he wants us. So much. And to get even, that's not healthy. To get even? No. If ye seek revenge, it will consume you. Be the best you can be. Aspire to great things. Help other people. Stick up for the little guy. Work your butts off. Get out there. Roll up your sleeves. My dad worked in construction. He worked a lot of different kinds of jobs. He used to slug pop on a pop truck. Verner's ginger ale. I drink it here sometimes for nostalgic reasons and because it's actually pretty good stuff. Worked for Verner's ginger ale. Drove around a pop truck. Heavy lifting. People still do it today. There are jobs out there. And there were times when it was really tough times. You remember the 30s? You remember the Dust Bowl out in Western Canada? The rest of Canada bailed out Alberta when all the farms were going to go under. Oh, how soon we forget as generations move on. And they struggle in the States too. And we're going to build more houses. And we're going to find solutions to the economic problems. And Mark Carney is not Justin Trudeau. Liberals are liberals, and you got to struggle and push back on a lot of their policies. But my God, some of those conservatives are liberals too. There's a mix. That's parliamentary democracy. We're going to find solutions. We always do. We're Canadian. Okay, our first guest of the night has arrived. Let me take a short break. I'm going to come back on the other side, and then we're going to dig in with the first of our feature interviews with Elena Butler and the crazy ostrich farm story. Stay with me.
Brightleaf Innovations is excited to offer our newest investment opportunity, the Turn Easy Bed Storage Solution.
Turns with a touch, spins all the way around. Every little thing you need is easy to be found. No more clutter, no more mess on the floor. Just spin it, reach it. You don't search anymore. Turn easy bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. Custom shelves for your books or your tech. Cozy space for your treasures to protect. Built-in power when you need to recharge. Smart design that makes your bedroom feel large. Turn easy bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. Designed and developed by Brightleaf Innovations. Proudly Canadian and patent pending in North America. Turn easy bed transforms how you live.
To learn more about this innovative new product idea and exciting investment opportunity, call 519-784-0222 or visit brightleafinnovations.com.
Okay. I told you I was going to do it, and here we go. And this has actually been months in the making. All right. I'm going to bring our first guest in tonight. There she is.
Hello.
Finally, after all this
Finally.
time.
I
You're
know.
Thank you for joining us on the program.
Well, thanks for having me. And I was actually in your waiting room at 5:00 as scheduled.
Okay.
And you were having your talk, and then all of a sudden my computer froze on me. So it was a good thing that you hadn't let me on yet. And I had to run my computer downstairs to get better internet. So, yeah, but
Well, no problem.
yeah.
I seem to have the gift of gab, especially when I start talking about things I am passionate about. So
I know. I know that. Actually, I want to add to that, to your comment before we get into things real quick, that I was listening to when I could before getting on, and you were talking about Canada and I know I didn't want to talk about politics, but I just want to add this one quick thing.
the political show.
Grass is not greener on the other side. I was hearing you talking about that, and there was a lot of Canadians that have left Canada. And I know people that have and have made it. And funny enough, my family, we sold our farm 2.5 years ago, as you know, and we took off to Belize for a year to check everything out. We did buy land now. We have 22 acres and we're planning to do great things with it. But we realized that we were depriving our boys of a great life in Canada, living in a poorer country. Way different standards, way different way how they handle things. They don't like you, you're off, you disappear. That's it in Belize, right? So, but it was a great time. We had a really great time living on the ocean for a year, but we're back in Canada, and I agree. We were thinking the grass was greener, and it wasn't, and it's not anywhere. I'm talking to so many people who fled to the UK, to Mexico, Panama, everywhere, right? So I just wanted to add on to that with your little show.
I appreciate that, and I think there's a lot of truth in that, and that's your experience. And I appreciate you sharing that because it gives real good perspective, I think. You never fully appreciate something until you lose it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was definitely a big change for us. We closed down 5 businesses or sold them, and closed down our farm, sold our house, sold all of our assets. I call it the Great Purge. Got rid of everything, had a tiny little storage in Richmond, and took off. And we only kept memorabilia stuff, which was nice. And I let the kids put a big garbage bag of stuffies because that was a big problem for them. So I'm like, fine, keep some of your stuffies. So they're happy to come home to them. So, but so this.
Well, I mean, but you're here to talk about the crazy ostrich farm, which has become a phrase for me at this point. But it is a crazy story. And it has been months because you and I have been talking off and on for, well, since middle of summer.
Since
And
early June. Yeah,
yeah,
you and I
yeah,
were first connected. I don't remember who connected us, but someone
mm,
said, "You got to talk to Rick. You got to tell him everything." And I did talk to quite a few podcasters back then at the beginning
yeah,
of June, but a lot of volunteers didn't want to talk with me. So, and it was still very, very early that it would have been a lot of pitchforks at that time to speak
mm,
out. And I was asked to be on quite a few podcasts, but I turned them all down. You're the only one. So, and I know that we had been talking about doing it for quite a while and
mhm,
started
mhm.
exploring the idea again in September onward. And then December, we were talking about doing a show. And then suddenly you had to go off air for 10 days for a family
Yeah,
matter. And
yeah.
then right at that time, I found out that we were moving last minute. So we finally found something that was suitable for us. So for our family where we are.
And the
So
timing
yeah, so
couldn't be
here we
better
are.
because here we are, near the end of this series of uh, feature interviews that we've been doing over the last few nights on the crazy ostrich farm. And
Yes, it worked
tonight
out
is,
perfectly, the timing,
yeah. And so you're
considering we
you're
planned
here
this a month ago.
you're
So,
here
yeah.
for the crescendo. Um, and I appreciate it very much. And we're here to try to get people closer to the truth, and that means dealing in facts and trying not to let emotion taint our perspectives too much, right?
Yes,
Uh,
definitely.
this has been a very emotional story from the beginning, but it involves so many layers. And tonight we're going to try to deal with some real information, some real facts. And you were, and that's, and I, and we're going to get people there by having you share your personal experience at the farm because you went out there originally as a volunteer. So let me just throw it over to you and you can start where you want to start and just tell us about your personal experience at the farm as you went out there to try and be a good person and volunteer.
Sounds good. Oh, and I need to correct myself. You actually aren't the only one I forgot. You know that. The Fifth Estate has been interviewing me as well, the show.
Oh, okay.
And that is supposed to air in the spring. So
Well,
that'll be
we still
interesting.
got the scoop.
Yeah, 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 definitely.
You saw Elena here first.
Yeah, I've definitely talked quite a bit with Harvey a few times now,
Mhm.
from the senior producer. But yeah, the real live here is here, the scoop. So, okay, where to begin? um,
Well,
so I'll give
what
a
brought you to the farm?
yeah, definitely. Okay. So back in January, I started hearing all about what was going on. Can't believe it's been a year. This has taken up a year of our life. My goodness. So,
Mhm,
but yeah, back in January, I started hearing about what was going on the ostrich farm. And like many others, I was believing that it was government overreach. I myself, I should do a little quick backstory to everybody about this. You, of course, know everything, but I actually owned a poultry farm. My husband and I owned a poultry farm in Squamish, British Columbia, and we had about, on average, between, it depends because we were selling chickens all the time too, but we averaged between about 450 600 hens on average. And it was a big production. We sold eggs. So we weren't meat birds, we were eggs. And we actually ourselves did experience an overreach on our birds. This was with Coastal Health, not the CFIA, but I believe Coastal Health is under their umbrella. And what happened is we had a couple birds get sick. I mean, this happens all the time, and people don't, unless it's a massive production. The small farmers do not tell. They don't call it in, right? Because they know exactly what will happen. The whole thing, our whole flock would be called. Unfortunately, a really nosy, terrible neighbor down the road called in to Coastal Health. And so we had them come, they came by. The SPCA also got involved, BC SPCA. BC SPCA came out, checked out everything, and said, "We're happy with your setup. You're doing well. Do what you need to do to treat these birds. You're okay." So
mhm,
that was okay. Then we had Coastal Health show up and they started throwing stinks about everything. They're like, "Your setup's good, but it's too close to your well. You're probably poisoning your well." Well, our well is 180 feet deep. And we
Yeah.
also owned a trailer park on the property at the time. And they were going, "Oh, you're going to be poisoning the water and all this, and your chickens are all sick." And they're just like, you have to cull your flock. And we're like, "Is there any way to fight this? Is there anything we could do?" Nope, nope, nope. You got to cull your flock. And if you don't, there's going to be major consequences, and we'll put a lien on your house
Mhm.
until you do it. So this was pretty crazy what we went through. So we were forced to cull the birds, and you guys will know where I'm going with this soon. And it's going to tie in a little bit later with the story. But so we were forced to cull the birds, and we asked, what legally do we have to do to get rid of the carcasses? What do we need to do? Do we take it to the dump? Do we bury? What do we do? And they said, nope, you cannot take them to the dump because they are biohazard. And you cannot bury them because the wildlife will dig it up. And we knew that already. We thought about that. Like we were backed up on the forest. We knew so that would be an answer too. So they told us we had to burn them.
Mhm.
So we burned
But to be clear, that
yeah,
the biohazard reference isn't just because of the virus. It's just they don't take like animal waste on that level at a landfill site. It depends on each landfill site has different kinds of waste streams that they
yes,
will accept, right? So I don't know what exactly the situation is there, but when they're classifying it as bio waste, it's
yeah,
biological waste and maybe a biological hazard, not just because of the virus, but because it's decomposing animal
correct.
carcasses,
Yes,
right? So
yes.
anyway, but just to clarify,
Thanks
but
for
go ahead.
correcting that.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, definitely. So I shouldn't really say this on air, but we did save a bunch of birds. They did go to another ranch and quarantined about half of the flock. I hope to God I don't get in trouble for bringing this up. So, but yeah. So anyway, that was the backstory on that. So of course, when I started hearing about the ostrich farm and save our birds and CFIA is doing this and that and everything. I was concerned. I've been through it. It pulled on my heartstring, right? And so I followed. I watched everything for a while, and then in May, probably a little bit earlier than May, I started jumping on and watching the BC Rising meetings. And I'm sure quite a few people. I'll touch up about BC Rising in on the show at some point. It's in my notes. But so BC Rising had gotten involved at an early stage in January, and I started watching some of their lives and meetings and discussing about it. Of course, they were not about the ostrich farm prior to this, but it pretty much got taken over by January, February with them. So I started following the meetings, and I'm sure you guys remember. Let's see, it was May. Sorry, I'm just trying to think. May 15th was when they had the meeting with RDCK about the dump, whether they can dump the
Mhm.
birds, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
That was all coming up. And I was on the meeting, a pre-meeting before BC Rising that night that was not recorded. And I brought up to them that maybe they should challenge the fact that the birds are a biohazard, and maybe bring that up to the RDCK the next day. So then that got brought up on the recorded BC Rising meeting later on in that evening. And then of course the next day they did do it. I don't think I'm the only one. I'm not taking full credit for it, but I brought it up and then came into discussion and other people are bringing it up too. So but that I think that discussion really did help them a lot to fight that. So but I of course was contributing to it, right? I also that same week I actually ended up calling Jim. I didn't really know much about him at the time.
Jim
Didn't really.
Kerr?
Jim Kerr, yes.
Okay, so he's
Um,
a social media influencer who, many of you are familiar with, who has been at many freedom events.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll go into about that a little bit later too. Sorry, my nose got itchy for a second. Um, so I called him up and I asked him, how can I help? What can I do to get involved? And and I have 30 years of media relations and journalism in my background,
Mhm.
and I'm an author as well, a published author. And I've done a lot of press releases in the past. So I asked him, I said, what can I do to help? And he said, oh, can you start doing some press releases? Can you, just kind of start getting the word out and all this? And I was like, okay, sure. And I sent out some press releases to a few outlets, and I left it at that. And then I found out that Kim wanted to put on a convoy to the ostrich farm.
Mhm.
And this was on, sorry, I'm just trying to think here. May 15th, we started discussing about it. I
Mhm.
remember all this stuff because my birthday's May 16th. So everything was happening all around my birthday. I, um, we got in contact on the Friday, May 16th, and we're like, okay, let's do this. Let's do a convoy. I want to go check out the ostrich farm. And Ostrich Fest was that weekend.
Mhm.
So I left my kids with my husband, and I went out by myself. I left Saturday morning on Saturday the 17th, and went and met with the bus and the vehicles that were going to that did convoy from Vernon. It was very small. It wasn't, we didn't have a lot arranged very quickly. Kim didn't have a lot of people on the bus, but there's a bunch of people that didn't show up either. And I would say maybe we had about 5 or 6 cars in it. So we met up in Vernon, and then we convoyed from Vernon to the festival, or to the ostrich farm. So we get there. The bus was parked on the road between the ostriches and the camping. It did leave that night, so everybody just came, hung out for the day. This was all donated.
Mhm.
He donated the bus and the gas and time and drove
Sorry,
it.
who donated
Um,
the bus and the gas and the time?
him,
Kim. Okay. All
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah.
um,
And Elena,
yeah,
I'm gonna, not to cut you off, but
yeah,
if we can kind of focus it a little bit more and streamline the storyline,
yeah,
um, we just, I just want to try and keep it on a timeline, right? So,
yeah. I get
yeah.
it.
So,
I'm trying.
yeah.
So the first thing that I noticed though when we got there, is that they asked us to sign in on some lists. And it was something that I wasn't very comfortable with, but I
Mhm.
did it, and I wish I hadn't. I don't know why these lists were started up. That's something else we can dive into if you want to a bit too. But so going quicker on the story here, as I was leaving for the convoy, that is when David called me. So
David,
that was
uh,
on David, the donor that you
David
just,
Haylock.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
yes, yeah, that you just
Who was on
interviewed
the
the other
program
night.
a couple of nights ago. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Mhm.
So, David knew that we were trying to do this convoy, and that's how he found out about things because we were posting all about it. So he contacted me on the Saturday morning on the way out the door, and I said, I'm really busy. I'll call you a little bit later. I believe I did call him for a little bit briefly on the way to Vernon. And
Mhm.
then later on that night, we talked on the phone. And he asked me, what do you think about this? What's going on? Do you think that some support could be brought out there? He says, I would like to donate. At the time, he told me he wanted to donate $20,000. And I said, you know what? This is something that's out of my league. I think that, this is something you need to talk with Katie and Jim with. It sounds great. I'm sure, they can use support in something. I didn't know exactly what he had in mind. It blew out of proportion really fast that weekend, which
Mhm.
I'll explain a bit too. So we, so right away, he said to me, I would like you to stay there and help coordinate, the supplies and make sure that, there's things that are going to be taken care of, and just be there for my eyes and ears. I
Mhm.
said, well, that's fine, but I cannot stay longer than this weekend, unless my kids are covered because my husband works during the weekdays. He said, okay, fine, I'm going to pay for your nanny for you to be
Mhm.
there.
Mhm.
So I was like, oh, okay, I'll stay then and help out whatever needs to be done. Of course, at the time, I thought I was doing the right thing. My heart was in the right place. And so then things got crazy. I passed over the phone to Jim and Katie, and this was on Saturday night. Music was starting up. We're down by the river, and they ended up on the phone with him for, I think, about over an hour, sitting in the rain by the river with my phone, and I only heard parts of the conversation. The next thing I know it, he's sending a plan to them. I know that Davis told me that he has a lot of experience with donations and charities. So I don't know. So anyway, a plan was sent really quickly, but I know as someone that has done charities and fundraising, you usually have a template because a lot of people were thinking, oh, that's fast. And I'm like, well, he did, like, it could have been a template and all that sort of stuff. Um, so fast forward, all of a sudden the next day, things got crazy. Now, just to let you know, they were being taken care of. They had plenty of food there before David donated. I wasn't aware of all of the situation. I was fresh and new there. I just passed the information on over to Katie and Jim, and they just took over with everything. Next thing I know it, there was supply runs going like crazy on Sunday and
Mhm.
Monday. It was just nuts, like all these things happening. There was a whole bunch of supplies that came in for the kitchen. Um, all of a sudden, I was being told that we need to go pick up bouncy castles and a cotton candy machine. Now, I'm going to quickly correct on that. I thought back then when we were talking, I was under the impression so much was going on back then. I was under the impression that the small business owner that provided that was donating it. That was my impression at the time. I have since then found out and talked with David about it in the last 2 days. Actually, we even talked about it this morning, texting,
Yeah.
because I wanted to get clear on it. That he actually left the bill for Katie to pay for the ostrich, for the bouncy castles and the cotton candy machine, and she did
Mhm.
not pay it. So he ended up paying for it. So it was a
Yeah.
big mess. It was a
Yeah.
really big mess.
I hear what you're saying. Like,
Mhm.
here's the thing though. You know,
Yeah.
David was on the program the other night, and I know that you were involved. So I want to try to keep this focused on your personal experience. And
Yeah.
I'd rather
This is
have him kind of speak for himself rather
yeah.
than, you know, to some degree you
Okay.
can speak to it because you've had some involvement with it. But like, I don't see financial records. I don't know who's paid for what. So
Yeah.
I just want to make
But this
sure
is a
that
big
whatever you're saying, you're sure of and that it's factual. But also, I don't want to have you talk too much about David,
yeah, I
some
know.
because you're
I'm
involved,
trying
but
not
I
to,
want to
but
have you talk about your experience out there
this was a big
yourself.
part of my experience though, and that's where
Mhm,
I'm going with it. It was a
mhm.
huge part of my
Okay,
experience.
as long as we're being fair and accurate and it's
Yeah.
relevant.
Well, and
Okay,
I've showed you receipts on some of this stuff too. And so
okay.
um so anyway, the morning of Sunday, it was a bit of a shit show, I admit, on those couple days when things started to come in. I didn't know they were all set up the way that they were. And then all of a sudden I come in and I'm asked to help with this and just kind of jumped in. I was under the impression, I was told that I was going to get introduced to everybody, or that they had told everybody about my role. Jim decided to call me the volunteer coordinator at that time. And after that, I was coordinating, I was helping with coordinating volunteers mostly for the kitchen. I started making, David asked me to make all these lists, like different WhatsApp groups for all the different volunteers. So I was trying to help with all of that. So this was consumed. This was a huge part of my time there because I was being asked to do all these things. Shortly, a lot of volunteers got confused. They didn't understand who I was, what was going on. At the beginning, it caused a lot of confusion at that time, and I apologize to the volunteers for that. It was a mess. So, in the end, then Jim told me not to talk anymore with Katie and with David, that I had to do everything through Jim. All of a sudden, everything was through Jim. And I didn't understand that. So I was there with the whole thing with all of that. So I'm just trying to
Yeah,
think, trying to
and
collect my
again,
thoughts.
Elena, we need to kind of focus this a little bit. There's just a little bit too much, I think, in the minutia here. So we're
Okay,
kind
I'm
of
just trying
losing
to
the
tell you
audience
my
a bit, right?
experience because it was a big
Yeah.
part of it, right?
You
It
can
was a
talk
big
about it.
part
I'm
of it.
just, if we can just kind of
Yeah,
zero in on the main points.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But that was a main point, Rick. Sorry, it was major what happened there. In the end, at the end of the time that I was there, I was so I was there probably about 5 days, went home for a little break for a day,
Okay.
helping out the farm a whole bunch from home. And
Mhm.
then I went back out again, and I was probably spent a total of about 11 days out there
Okay.
with everything. Went back out. I was there for another crazy weekend, helping out around. And then I decided to go home again for another 1 day break. And while I was home, I got into a tiff with Jim over the phone, Jim Kerr, and I had questioned why I was told not to. They put a riff between me and David, so we couldn't speak. I was asking about it, and then that was it. Katie told me I had a little riff, sorry, with Jim. Got off the phone with him, and 15 minutes later, Katie text messages me, and I know exactly what happened, and tells me, "Oh, we're fine here. We're all set up. We don't need to have you here anymore. You can support us from home."
Mhm.
No, and it was all by text. She didn't even have any moral sense to common sense morale to even call me and talk about it. I said to her, "Katie, can you talk to me? Can you call me and tell me what's going on?" And she goes, "I don't have any time for phone calls." She has time to be on videos all the time, but she doesn't have time for any phone calls, right?
Yeah,
So,
and for any new
um,
viewers, Katie, we're referring to Katie Pasitny, the daughter
yep,
of Karen Esperson, who is one of the co-owners of the farm, and Katie became the spokesperson essentially for the protest.
yeah. So shortly after that, of course, I wasn't there anymore. I started digging in more. While I was there was people sending me messages saying you shouldn't be there. These people are frauds, and I was standing up because it's when you're there, it feels like you're in a spell. Like a lot of the volunteers have talked about this, that it feels like you're in some sort of twilight zone or spell, and you're just trapped in with that um that emotions, and they tug on your heart. There is a lot of, in the end, a lot of manipulation.
Mhm.
So after I had left, a lot of people started getting kicked out. Not a like I'm talking about quite a few people for very stupid reasons. And I think it was because a lot of people were starting to question. And a lot of the people that were there at the very beginning are no longer there. And they were good, genuine people that really thought that they were doing something right, that they were
Mhm.
really fighting for something. Their hearts were tug on. And it's a very different group that was there in the spring and early summer than it was for the rest of the summer and the fall. These people, um, and these people really feel traumatized. I have been given permission to speak a little bit on behalf of these, on some of these volunteers. I tried really hard, that I tried really hard to get some of these volunteers to come on and speak because they felt really used. They feel very traumatized about everything that happened there. For
So,
example,
yeah, go
sorry.
ahead. Yeah. No, I was going to ask
Okay.
you for an example, and we're getting one right now.
Yes, hold on. For example,
Mhm.
and myself, I felt pretty traumatized for being dumped after I thought I helped a lot, right? So, um, so for example, going back to BC Rising, and I have permission to speak about this. There were several ladies that from BC Rising that jumped in and helped with. They're the ones that built the website. They built the fundraising platform. Um, they helped with a lot with social media
Mhm.
platforms,
Mhm.
MP letters, uh, press releases, you name it. They were full time. These are mamas that have been full time helping out, putting everything off to the side, and helped really deeply from about January till end of May. They started to see that money was being mismanaged. They're actually the lady that helps with the finances of BC Rising was also helping with a bunch of the bookkeeping, and discovered that it was not they weren't being truthful and not showing receipts, and was getting frustrated with Katie and Jim not showing where the money was being spent. And they at the end of May, they went to Katie and said, "We really believe that Jim is sabotaging things and that money's not being accountable for here." They went to her with proof of all of this as well, and she poo-pooed them, and they had to walk
Can I ask you a
away.
question about the money?
Mhm. Yep.
See, when I'm hearing things like the money was mismanaged, I'm
Mhm.
not sure, like, what exactly that means, or because when that seems like some sort of an allegation that could even involve legal things.
Yeah,
But
okay.
so the
Sorry for
question then
me.
is, what um what was the public told when on these various websites, and there were many of them,
Mhm.
what were the, what was the disclaimer on their website or on the GoFundMe or whatever platform they were using to collect these donations? Was the public told, for instance, through the BC Rising fundraiser, that the money would be used for specific purposes, or was this just a general fund, which often is the case, where the money just is donated and the recipients can use it for any purpose they wish? BC Rising was administering this fundraiser, and when they turned the money over to the farm, did they say to them, "We only want this money used for this purpose or that purpose"? My guess is it was probably something of a free for all, because it was emotion driven, and they were I get the impression that most of these fundraisers just involved having people donate money and having it go to the farm, and then it's just used in pretty much any way they see fit. And they're not really breaking any laws. In the end, people then maybe are asking questions and not happy with the way the money was managed. And now but they're kind of asking questions after the fact. So that's the question. So what can you tell me about that, if anything? Maybe you're not even aware.
As far as I know, I don't they were not collecting the money. They just created a platform for Katie. And as far as I know, they
Mhm.
they were trying to help keep track of the funds and the
As I recall, I
expenses.
saw that page, and as I believe it was actually set up by and through BC Rising,
Correct, at the
and their name
beginning.
was attached to it, and
Yeah.
there was a substantial amount of money, like tens of thousands when I saw it, that had been
Mhm.
donated through that particular platform. And there were
Yeah.
others. That was just one. We showed snapshots of the screen, like screenshots of that page on this program at various points, because that was the first one that I became aware of. But I don't remember seeing anything on, like, no disclaimer on there saying this money will only be used for food, or this money will only be used for bird seed, or anything like that. So I think it
Mhm.
was like, is going to the farm, they get to use it for anything they want.
Yeah, so just to correct that, they were
Yeah,
what they were saying is that they couldn't figure out where everything was going, where the money was going. There wasn't receipts being
sure.
shown to them because they were trying to help, right? They were genuinely just trying to help. And the money was not going to BC Rising. It was going to the farm.
So
They were
BC
just trying
Rising
to.
didn't like have an intermediary account where they was, or I mean, it goes into the fund which they set up, but it was automatically being deposited into an account that the farm had.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. Um,
As far as you know, because you
yes.
didn't actually administer this yourself.
No, I did not. So, I do have permission to speak about this though.
Okay.
Because these ladies, like once they went, well, first of all, the lady that was helping them try and keep things going, like look at the expenses and just basically trying to what do you call it, bookkeep for them, right?
Yep.
And they weren't being accountable. They
Accounting.
weren't showing receipts. So she walked out, and the two ladies that helped with BC Rising that were helping with all of this, the website and everything,
Mhm.
they walked out at the end of May. They were traumatized. They were disgusted. I tried so hard to get them to come and talk, but it's just
So
everybody's just traumatized from it
so
all.
what was it like? What did they want the money to be used for? And then ultimately, what was it used for? So why were they upset? Or was it just the way they were treated that had them upset?
It was both. It was the fact that they were not being accountable where the money was going. They were there just saying, "Hey, we'll help you out, man, bookkeep this. That's it."
Mhm.
But money was just flying all over the place and they couldn't figure it out, and so she walked away, right?
Okay.
There's two different incidents here. So the person that was helping walked away because they weren't being accountable about where, like, no receipts. That's basically all it is. They weren't trying
Mhm.
to tell them how to spend their money. I
Mhm.
do know that on the GoFundMe, it did say for operational costs. When you put operational costs on a GoFundMe, that means that they can legally do whatever they want with the money,
Right.
including spending money on feed, right? They
Yeah.
didn't have an income going on the farm. So of course
Yeah.
they've got all this fundraising going on. They also said it was for lawyer fees as well, for legal fees. I think that they had a little bit of a list going on under the GoFundMe. So
Okay. So they just ultimately weren't happy and they kind of shut it down. Did they shut the fundraiser down or did they just leave it in place after they left or what happened?
I know that there was an argument a bit about Jim wanting to take over the website. I don't remember all the full details on that anymore. It was
Mhm.
so long ago. The girls, like everybody like that was helping, they walked away because they started to
Mhm.
see that everything was not what it was and that they were being fooled. They felt duped, right? And
Okay.
they started to see that Jim was sabotaging things as well, and they didn't like how things were operating with him,
Mhm.
and they came to Katie with proof of all of this, and they were poo-pooed, and so they walked away. So, and they were really upset because they spent what, January to May full
Yeah.
time helping out, only to
Mhm.
found out that they were actually duped and
Looped
brought
in
into
because the
something that
money
was
was just they didn't have any accounting, no proper
not just
accounting.
that, but they started to see what was going on, that this
Okay,
was
so
not.
all
Yeah,
right.
there was
So I mean, I'm not,
two
and
in.
to be fair to the farm, like I'm not hearing anything here that says that they did anything illegal or maybe even improper. It's just that people maybe weren't happy with what they were seeing going on, and they didn't agree with the way the farm was ultimately spending the money or using the money or whatever they were doing. And I don't know what they were doing with the money.
They were not showing any receipts. They asked the one
Okay.
person to manage it, and they
Hmm.
weren't showing receipts, not showing where things were going,
Hmm.
and so she walked away from it. The other two that helped for a long time walked away because they started to see the farm for what it was, and
Okay.
they
And
felt
so
pretty
that's the other
duped.
side of this. So what do you
Yeah.
mean see the farm for what it was? What does that mean?
But the farm had lied on their documents, on affidavits. They were starting to see that this was more than just about the CFIA. That there was these dead burns in December that they didn't
Hmm.
take care of properly, right?
Hmm.
Piled them
Yeah.
up into a field. They found out that the farm was dealing with pseudomonas at one point, a couple
Hmm.
times.
Hmm.
They discovered quite a bit of different things that was going on.
They
Like I
found
think
out that the
everybody
farm,
knows, right?
69 dead birds. The farm tried to cover it up. They didn't properly dispose
Exactly.
of the carcasses. Neighbors became aware of all the dead birds laying around. That ultimately led to a complaint to the CFIA, Canadian Food Inspection Agency, which otherwise would never have shown up because all of these things are complaint driven. It's not like the CFIA is out there with the CFIA police going farm to farm to farm to farm all the time looking for stuff, and they're in the middle of nowhere, and they otherwise would have remained off the radar of the government entirely had they probably, you know, just shoveled and shut up and hid the carcasses to begin with. But they had so many birds dying, it just became something that the local neighbors couldn't help but see. And because of the way the wildlife was pecking away at the rotting carcasses out in the
Yeah.
fields, people got
Near a
concerned
waterway
and
too,
and
apparently.
phoned, right? So is that
Yeah.
okay? So we know that
That
story, and what you're saying is some of the volunteers out there got so disgusted. And am I off track here? Is that a fair
Oh,
word?
it's true.
Okay.
Yeah, the original group of people that were out there are they're gone. Like there was a couple that sticked around, and we tried really hard to tell these people for quite a long time, but they wouldn't listen. Like I said, it kind of felt like you're in a twilight zone when you're out there, and
Mhm.
you just think that you're doing the right thing, and you're being told a lot of lies, and
Yeah.
yeah, it was these a lot of these volunteers got disgusted. A lot of people also got kicked out for some of the stupidest reasons. And most of us think is that we were starting to question things and ask questions, right?
Yeah.
Basically. And we started to find out about the research. That was another thing we didn't know about at the beginning.
You mean the COVID research?
Yeah, which I
Mhm.
don't even know if they were really doing that. I don't see any proof about that.
Well, there's proof of it, and there are court
Yeah.
documents, and they've talked to me about it, and Dr. Pellick testified. It happened. It was absolutely
Mhm.
happening, and people trying to assert otherwise, I don't know. Making a conspiracy out of a conspiracy out of a conspiracy surrounding the truth, and the truth is they were doing it. They were injecting
Mhm.
those birds with COVID antigens, and and there's documentation to that
Yeah.
effect. And I've done other interviews, so I'm telling you that it happened.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Good to know. I
because
read the court documents
they said
too.
it too, and so I mean it happened.
Yeah,
And
that's good.
and I can understand why some of the protesters would have been upset with that, because I think it's fair to say that a lot of the people involved in the protest uh, were not in favor of COVID vaccines
Yeah, that's
and the
true.
way the government handled all of that. So to find out that the farm was engaging in that kind of research and using these ostriches as bio research animals, and that the place had been turned into an open air bio lab, didn't sit well with them.
Yeah, exactly. And that there was no honesty in that at the beginning toward to us either. So I did
Mhm.
find out some interesting information when I was there. It's interesting that Karen opened up her I don't know, she just told me a whole bunch of stuff on the first day I was there. I was really surprised.
Mhm.
She actually told me that they sent, tests to Japan. I don't know if that's true or not, but she said
Mhm.
that they did send off bird tests to Japan. Um,
So why is that significant? This is after the CFIA told them they weren't allowed to test the birds, you mean?
correct. Oh,
Okay,
and that
well,
was
I mean,
yeah,
that's an
that was
allegation that hasn't been proven unless you have proof or receipts to bring here right now. I mean, you've said it,
okay, well,
so it's
it's
out
something
there,
she
but
said to me. It was
okay.
something she said to me is what I'm saying. It's my personal experience. Like
Yeah,
she had said to me, we were also told that they had tried, not everybody knew this, but quite a few
okay.
of us were told that they had tried to treat the birds. Karen told me this directly, and so did some the BC Rising people, that they were trying to heal the birds with chlorine dioxide apparently as well, which is something they didn't want public knowledge.
Mhm,
So that was interesting. So I don't know, but like I said, like what happened was is they discovered a lot of the BC Rising was starting to, and the volunteers were starting to discover a lot of truth, and things were not sitting with us. On top of that, um, a lot of these influencers that showed up,
mhm,
um, including Jim, they have a pattern. They have a past pattern, This is a lot of, I learned a lot about this later on. Um, and they do not represent everybody that was there. These people that all these people were seeing online all of the time, acting like goofs, and just everything. Like they were not, sorry, my phone went off, so I was looking at it for a second. Someone sent me a
Mm.
message
Yeah,
regarding
I've
the
got a
show.
whole bunch of
So
people
I'm trying to
messaging me
ignore it.
too.
I'm
I
flipping it
can't keep
over.
up. I can't keep up with it.
So, it caught my eye. Sorry about that.
Mm.
So I'm trying to get back to what I was trying to say. I apologize. There's lots of stuff
Yeah, and I
going
should
on
just
here.
I'd just like
Mm.
to kind of add that Jim Kerr was on this program, and and I called him out for lying about the COVID antigen injections because, and I understand why there was so much confusion out there. It's because he was saying that no, the birds are never injected with anything. Like I had a clip of him saying that here, and he
Hmm.
was saying it repeatedly. And then he came on for that
I
as
remember
part of
that.
that 7 hour interview. And I said, Jim, why are you lying about it? And the reason they were
Yeah.
lying was because they knew that it would alienate a lot of the people who would come out to support them, who wouldn't have been in favor of that at all. And because it wouldn't sit well with the public for them
Yeah.
to be hearing that these birds were actually used as, COVID guinea pigs, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So,
very true. There was a lot of truth coming out about that was being
mhm,
discovered, and about the
yeah,
injections. There was a lot of things that people just didn't know until way later, right?
or
Um,
chose not to believe
yeah,
as they were
maybe. I
told.
don't know.
Oh,
I can't
absolutely,
speak
some of
for,
that too, right?
yeah, maybe.
'Cause
There definitely was a very wide range of different people there.
mhm,
And throughout the whole thing.
yeah,
When I was there was a lot of really genuine, good-hearted people. People were dropping off donations.
mhm,
There was people were coming by, dropping off cash and talking and saying, "Hey, this is great." Like there was a
mhm.
lot of love there. There was. Like I feel like
Oh, I know,
sometimes some things were,
I've experienced it. I get it.
yeah, like,
Yeah, there's that
yeah,
side of it for sure,
yeah,
but there's
definitely.
also the lies, and
Yeah.
there's and that was a problem for a lot of the protesters, and, that's why a lot of people ultimately left, I guess is what you're saying.
Yeah, definitely, but a lot of people were also kicked out,
Mm, mm.
randomly out of the blue, so, for
And so
really
why was
stupid
that?
reasons.
Because this is because why? That some of the protesters just weren't treated well, or there were personality conflicts, or the farm wasn't appreciative of the efforts being made, or a variety of those things? What
It's just
was
a
it?
bunch of stupid things, really, it was. They just found different excuses to get rid of people, and I think that it was because it was the people that were actually questioning things, right?
Hmm,
Asking, "What is this about the research? What is this about
mm,
the injections? What is this?"
right,
Why all of a sudden, there was a lot of different things that were
sure.
being questioned,
Yep.
regarding, and like I said, it
Mhm.
was a wide range of different people that were there, and
Yeah.
the social media influencers do not speak for everybody. They do not. And not everyone liked Jim. Actually, I think a lot of people didn't like Jim, especially at the end.
Mm.
Especially later
He was
in.
very tight with Katie. She held him close, and so, I mean, he
Yeah.
certainly had her endorsement, and he was there. He was very much speaking for the farm. There's no
Yes,
question.
which was very frustrating for a huge chunk of us. It was
Mhm,
especially the genuine people that were there at the very beginning who saw it, it's the bullshit, and were either asked to leave or left.
mhm,
Um, yeah, he really was not kind. He mistreated a lot of people. He was quite nasty to people, and it was frustrating because we see Jim and Katie on video going, "Oh, like we love you all. We're all family, and we'll be honest." But they weren't being honest, and we were asking questions. And as people were getting asked questions, they were told not to come back. They
mhm.
were not welcome, or they were told to leave. They found excuses to get rid of them.
Okay.
Um, yeah, because and Katie and Jim were very tight through this at the very beginning for sure. So he wasn't
Okay.
speaking, on
You were
behalf of
also
all of us.
concerned about the conditions that you said to me before, you were concerned about the conditions that the birds were living in in some respects. Do you wanna
Yep.
talk about that at all?
Yeah, sure. I did walk around. Of course, it's hard to see all of the birds because there's a bunch out in the field too, right? There's a broad space. So yeah, I noticed definitely to me when I was out there back in May, it did not look like more than definitely no more than 300 birds. Definitely not. To me, it looked a lot less.
Mhm.
Other volunteers I've spoken with, we all think it was maybe closer around 250, but who knows? I personally believe, and so do others, that birds were dying while we were there, but we didn't know. It's just, and I'm not making an allegation. I'm just saying this is our thought process of what we were thinking,
Hey, man, the
right?
farm
So,
itself was saying they were being killed and,
oh,
all these crazy different stories,
I
which
was
is,
there
well,
on the
that's where
night
they're
of one of
losing
the
me, right? When they're making stuff up and it's pretty clear that it's a fairy tale. So,
yeah,
like,
definitely. Yeah, definitely. I was there on one of the nights that a bird was killed. You and I talked about that.
mm,
So yeah, going back to about the conditions, they didn't. I had a poultry farm, so I know what to look for with birds, right? And they had like weird green snot coming out of their noses quite often. They were drinking out of mud puddles. There was no proper
mm,
feeding system, no
mm.
proper water system for them that I saw of, no shelter. I saw the rubble from the shelter that had collapsed a few years ago, which they had fundraised for and didn't rebuild, right? And I saw them throwing feed on the ground in the mud on their filth. I saw that, I witnessed that, and I was like, "Well, this is a little bit off. What's
I
this
don't, yeah,
about?"
I mean, I
Right?
don't know, though, Elena, to be fair again to the farm, I don't know that the birds mind eating off the ground.
No,
Um,
well, it's
it,
not proper protocols. As someone that has had farm and with birds,
I
it's
mean,
not
in the
proper.
wild, they eat everything off the ground.
But not off their
And
poop,
well,
right?
yeah, well,
Not on mud and poop,
I
and that's
as
what I
a kid, I raised pigeons, and you put their
mm,
feed in a bowl, and it's not long getting spilled out, and they're eating it from wherever anyway, right? And
mhm.
water in a bowl, and they spill that stuff too. But anyway,
Well,
so
under
no,
our
I kind of get both sides of it. I understand what you're saying, but
Well, as a poultry
there's
farmer, we were required to
yeah,
have our feed in hanging feeders off the
sure,
mud, off the
it
poop,
yeah, and it could
and
be
we had
and
proper
certainly
water
if
system.
yeah,
We
yeah,
had a proper water system where they can reach up on a long
yeah,
bar and feed off the water. And if the BCSPCA or if anybody else in inspection saw us leaving food on the ground or
yeah.
not having a proper water system, we would have been shut down.
Sure,
So
because yeah,
there are
especially if we're
protocols you're supposed to follow
right,
as a farmer.
right, there you go. See, it comes down to rules because now you're not just I had pet pigeons, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
not for human consumption. So it's
Mhm.
different when you're raising um, poultry
Livestock.
for or
Mhm, and
livestock
poultry.
to sell for food, and even if you're using it for research, because you need to
Mhm.
control your conditions for your experiment if you are running a valid research facility. And that means you don't
Mhm.
want any external factors. You need to control everything so that you know what the cause and effect of things are. You start with a hypothesis, you follow the scientific method to get to a conclusion. And part of that
Yeah.
means, I mean, it depends on controlled conditions. You don't have any controlled conditions out of that farm because it's all open air. They're running around out in the wild, and you don't know what they're eating off the ground.
Yeah, exactly. It was
Oh,
not good
oh, that's
conditions, like,
valid. It's a valid
and,
point. Yeah.
and no proper shelter, the one that had fallen down. That
Mhm.
was the other actually thing that, a lot of us were starting to question. We're starting to question quarantine,
Mhm.
protocols with all that. Why were things not being followed? I myself, I watched people walk onto the grass, even with a little kid, I saw someone do this, and, like, they were poking their fingers in at the ostriches, and the quarantine zone, when I arrived, they just had a tiny little sign on the grass saying quarantine zone, don't pass. And they were
Mhm.
telling everybody that the quarantine zone starts at the edge of the grass. It's just a small patch of grass before the pen. and that we're not to go up to the fencing. But I saw people doing it constantly. I saw Jim filming in front of it constantly. I know that they got fined as well for not following proper quarantine. Apparently Jim got in shit for that too. Excuse my language, but got in trouble for that they got that fine. I myself, when I went home and on my way back, I dropped by, I actually phoned Katie and I said, do you want me to get caution tape and some, some garden stakes and set something up like around the pen so that people stop walking over the quarantine zone and go to the fencing? And she said yes. And she reimbursed me for that. And so I went to the dollar store and bought all those things. And there was I had a couple of volunteers help me out, and we put the caution tape all around from one corner of the pen to the other, around the what do you call it, the truck, the old vintage truck that's in front of the corner of the pen. So we started off just to the left of it a little bit and went around to the other side. So that caution tape there was from me. I went and bought that and set that up because I was like, well, if we're in quarantine, why is this not being set up? Why are people allowed to walk over the grass? Just things were not making sense to us. And that was the same thing with the BC Rising people. They were noticing that things were not making sense. There was a lot of contradictions going on. There was, the quarantine stuff was a big question, right? So, and then,
well, they didn't care about the quarantine. That was very clear. That's why they were
Yes.
encouraging people to come out there. That's why they had the social media influencers encouraging people to come out, even though the place was under quarantine the entire time. The public was not supposed to be there. It was a direct violation of the CFIA orders, and they didn't care. They had a concert out there, and they weren't supposed to do that. So,
a few concerts.
yeah, a few.
For sure. Yeah.
Because they were giving the middle finger to the government is what they were doing the entire time.
Yeah.
And I would say irresponsibly encouraging people to bring their kids out there. And which never made any sense to me. And I'm interjecting here, but to add some concise perspective, and we've talked about this.
I'm sorry.
You're going to bring kids out.
You're
going to bring kids out there, and that people did bring kids and pets to a farm where we're told that some of these birds are being shot in the dead of night by unknown sniper, maybe by an aerial drone in the darkness, and to a farm that's under quarantine, where you've got, you've had birds die. You're told that it could be, they don't they're just ignoring the concerns about the possible medical risks. Just throw caution to the wind. Just ignore it all. Just bring your kids out. Where you've got conflict and you've got a neighbor who is doused in gasoline and you're told it's entirely peaceful, but bring your kids out. That made no sense to me. It was like, if you want to go protest, that's one thing, but to have social media influencers sitting there saying, bring your kids out, ignore all that stuff over there about that woman that got punched in the face. Don't worry about that. It's a family friendly event. Come on out to the concert. And
that was all way past when I was there, right? I was gone end of May.
But I mean, that's what was going on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But like I said, a lot of that, there wasn't any violence going on when I was there. It was quite peaceful. The only thing that did happen was when I was there is that bird shot.
That's violence. That's somebody firing a gun not far from where people were sleeping, allegedly. Like, that's what they were saying. So they're saying someone was shooting shot a bird in the darkness, not far from where people were sleeping in tents. And they're saying that it's a safe place. I don't know. Shots in darkness where you can't see very well, that's not safe. So how it was one was a lie or the other. Either it was a safe place because the bird never really got shot, or it's a dangerous place because a bird got shot and you don't want people around. If there's someone out there running around with a gun taking pot shots at things in the middle of the night, like, it's one or the other, man.
No, I get that. And I wasn't thinking very clearly at that time myself, and I actually got corner. I ended up on Rebel News asked me quickly about the whole thing that happened that night because I was
Yeah.
awake. I was up. I was at the fire with a bunch of people when
Yeah.
this supposedly happened, and we witnessed some things. And I was asked, like, do you think it's safe for families to come here? In that nervous moment, I don't know why I said it, and I regret it with all my heart, that interview in the moment. I was put on the spot. I said, "Oh, yeah, it's safe here." But after I did the interview, I actually asked her to pull it off, not air it, but it already had gone to the, what do you call it, to the producer. So, I'll put that out there that that interview is out there, and I
Mhm.
regret that with all my heart. So, but yeah, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't feel unsafe myself even after that shooting,
Yeah.
or allegedly or whatever after that bird died. But yeah, it was definitely a concern afterwards for sure.
Okay. So the clock is marching on here, and I don't mean to rush you, but um, I've got other people that want to come on tonight. So I guess if we can kind of zero in on a way to conclude, to kind of wrap this up and focus on whatever it is that you think are the most important points that you want to make tonight.
Okay. Um, uh,
Because yeah, I mean, I'll give you time to get your story out. Um,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand. I did write a bunch of notes. I haven't had a chance to look at them while we've been talking.
Mhm.
One thing I did want to say is that um, it's not fair to put everybody that was out there into one category. There was quite a range of different people out
Mhm.
there. It changed after the group that was there in the spring and summer.
Yeah.
I do believe that a lot of people were manipulated and had their hearts tug on.
Mhm.
Donors were duped as well. Um, and I believe that happened with the donor as well that I had spoken with. I tried to actually warn him back in June, but because there was a split between us for a little bit, we didn't talk for a little while.
Yeah.
And I believe that he and many other donors really didn't have a clue for a long time what happened. Everybody was learning in different levels, right, at different times.
Mhm.
And like I said, like these influencers that were online, they have a pattern. This is not the first rodeo for them. They have done this before and sabotaged other
Mhm.
freedom movement cases.
Mhm.
And they smeared
Mhm.
the freedom movement. They really made them look bad. I know you disagree with that, but
No, I don't
this is
disagree.
from
I don't
my
disagree with it. I know it's the whole controlled opposition, blah 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 thing, but the truth of the matter is the freedom movement kind of does it to itself because they don't deal with the problems, and in fact, I'll bring this up. Okay,
Mhm.
when you and I first co- became connected, do you remember what the original plan was? Who were we supposed to collaborate with to do a broadcast?
You and me?
Yeah, you and I. You were talking to another live streamer influencer. You don't remember?
Yeah, I cannot remember
Yeah,
now,
it was a
no.
long time
No,
ago. But the whole thing started this way. It was Kevin
I
J.
don't.
Johnson and his friend Stefano, I think it is. Do you remember
Oh,
him?
no, they invited me on their show, but I turned
Right.
it
So
down.
but it was part of that, right? So I mean, they're involved, and they wanted you to remember that
Well,
those
it was only
guys.
because someone actually the same thing that happened with you, someone
Mhm.
I never heard of them. I don't know, I've never seen their
Yeah.
shows,
So I
I'd
mean, but
never.
this is one of many people who like you're talking about causing a problem for reputationally for the freedom movement. Do you, like I don't, you're not aware of him. I'm
No,
going to show you
I don't.
something. I, I'm going to find it here quickly. He
Yeah.
don't like me, okay? And I said I'll go on his program. Fine with me. whatever, if it helps people. Here, let me play this for you. Long time ago, he watch what watch this this is what you're dealing with. Okay. And this controlled opposition, you go look at the history of Kevin J. Johnston, I guess. And, a lot of legal problems with this guy. Tried to sneak over the border into the US, got arrested over there, just all kinds of weird stuff.
Walker, who used to work for the guy below is Rick Walker, who used to work for CTV. He says he's a journalist. I'm telling you that he's not. What he has done is accused me of being the organizer of the Ottawa truck convoy last year in 2021. He, of course, did not check his sources. I was locked up in a maximum security prison for not wearing a mask and encouraging all of you to not wear masks at the time this thing was on. Then I was on a further 2 months of house arrest in Edmonton, Alberta. So there is no way I could have organized anything. Not to mention, I had bail conditions stating that I couldn't touch the internet or a cell phone. How would I have organized this? The biggest problem with guys like this who have the CTV and CNN mentality is that they don't check their sources. They just make absolutely everything up. And for me to take credit for what all of you did would be wrong, and I won't do it.
Oh, what a great guy. I'm sorry, I don't mean to catch you off guard. But yeah,
I'm not defending him. I don't know him at all.
No, I'm not asking. I
don't know him.
Not at all. I'm just saying, like, this guy, and it was like, and then somebody messaged me, and they're like, Kevin J. Johnston is attacking you online. This is like the crap that goes on within the freedom movement. It's everybody fighting, and I'm like, what the hell did I say? I'll show you. I should show you what that was really all about. And this, you don't have anything to do with this, but I'm just going to share it with you because it's just precious. Well, it's a good thing that I never accused him of starting. I never said he started the convoy. Never said that. Somebody in the chat actually, or in his comments there, indicated that no, Rick Walker never said that, because I didn't. Let me see if I can bring this up. I showed this chart.
You interviewed the person that started the convoy.
That's right. I never said that he started any. He's actually trying to. I don't know what, he's just like playing a game. Let me take a little break, okay? Because I'm going to find this thing for you and I'll share it with you. It just makes me laugh.
Okay.
I'll be right. I will be right back.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Brightleaf Innovations is excited to offer our newest investment opportunity, the Turn Easy Bed Storage Solution.
Turns with a touch, spins all the way around. Every little thing you need is easy to be found. No more clutter, no more mess on the floor. Just spin it, reach it, you don't search anymore. Turn easy bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. charge. Smart design that makes your bedroom feel large. Turn easy bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. Designed and developed by Brightleaf Innovations. Proudly Canadian and patent pending in North America. Turn Easy Bed transforms how you live.
To learn more about this innovative new product idea, an exciting investment opportunity, call 519-784-0222 or visit brightleafinnovations.com.
Okay, I'm going to share this with you. Okay.
Sure.
He got all bent out of shape because I showed this one night, long time ago, and there's a mystery surrounding this, and his name is on it. Many people's names are on it, and I have evidence to suggest, maybe even prove, that this chart was created before the Freedom Convoy ever happened. And yet every name of all the players is on this thing, this chart. It's weird. And there's a lot of speculation and theory, maybe even conspiracy theory surrounding this chart. But it exists. It's real. I have no idea who made it. It remains a mystery, really, to this day. Some people claim to know who created it, but there's really nobody really knows. Okay. And the only thing I've ever said about it is, I don't know what the deal is with it, other than there's evidence that I have that's very credible that shows this chart was created long before the Freedom Convoy ever happened. And yet all the people from the convoy, like the major players, are on it. Like, you go down here.
This is what I'm trying to talk about.
Right. So you got Tamara Litch and Jason Lafacci. People have been on my program. Oh, this guy here, his head blew up. Chris Scott.
I can't really see it very well.
Yeah, I'll go in a little bit tighter. Chris Scott from the Whistle Stop Cafe, he lost his freaking mind. He's still attacking me online. Just all I did was show the chart. Many people's names are on here. My name's not on there. Okay, your name's not on there, but all these people are on there. And you just go, it's basically the who's who of what has become the freedom movement.
And this is what I'm trying to tell you, that there are key players that have patterns.
Yeah.
Where they come from, we don't know. There's speculation.
I know where Chris Scott comes from. I know where Kevin J. Johnston. I know where most of these people come from.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But what I'm saying, I don't know, like, if they're getting paid by somebody else. I don't know. Like, there's speculations out there. There's speculations of controlled op. There's lots of different speculations.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that a lot of these main people, influencers, have a pattern, and they are not representing the freedom movement.
Yeah, they are.
Out
I'm saying, yes, they are. They're part of it, and they fight, and like, yes, they are. And sometimes they fight.
Say they are. They say they are.
They are.
Tamara and Chris were never the real leaders of the truck convoy. You know that. You interviewed the real leader.
Yeah, but see, Elena, what you're missing is that they just represent their arm of it, or their faction, their group. There are many groups within it. What's that?
Yeah, they hijacked it. And that's what was also happening at the farm with these people as well.
Stuff, yeah.
They do not represent the genuine, real people that are good-hearted, that were fighting for good things.
Sure. And the genuine good, right? And the genuine, good-hearted people are just one of the groups, and that's the organic, And
they are the real, true freedom fighters. They were there. The name was dragged in the mud big time by the hijackers.
I wouldn't, and with that being said, I wouldn't say that the average. I think that's actually inaccurate, because the average Canadian that comes out to these protests out of the goodness of their hearts, those are the people who you don't see at every single one of these things. The people that showed up at the Freedom Convoy en masse, the thousands of people who had the best of intentions and the kindest hearts and the purest of intentions, those were average Canadians. They were not at the center of the whole thing.
That's right. The
The people who keep
influencers
showing
were.
up over and over again, they are, and they have other agendas, and those agendas vary from group to group to group. And Kevin J. Johnston is one of the people, for instance, who has his own agenda. He does show up. He's loosely associated and is involved with a lot of the stuff that has gone on. I'm not, because it's not really well organized anyway. It's a loose association of all these groups. And Kevin J. Johnston exploits it. He uses it to promote himself, his channel, to get clicks, to sell stuff, to convince people to move out of the country. He has been involved in trying to get people to move to Panama. I think most recently, maybe still doing it, wants people to move to Costa Rica. I think
I don't know who this person is.
Right? So, he produces videos, and what he does is he scares the crap out of people, craps all over the country, says that, never use lawyers in Canada. Canada's newest tax criminal. It's all negative, 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 negative. Get the hell out of Canada. Canada's crumbling. Farmers will never pay income tax again. He tells you how to evade taxes or avoid them. And he encourages people to go to, right now, Panama, where he will sell you real estate, I guess, and help you find a path to living there. And he'll charge you a fee for the service, which he's free to do that, I suppose, but he's doing it by piggybacking on the politics and crapping all over Canada, all the way along. It doesn't just happen here. It goes on in the States too, with the especially on the conservative side and companies where they're trying to sell you gold. So they do these programs online because there are no standards, where they talk about the economy is going to collapse and don't leave your money in the bank. You're not going to have anything left, and it's going to be hell on earth, and you'll be left with nothing. So buy our gold now. And some of those companies rip people right off. They take people's retirement money. Because if you buy the gold, they charge you a huge fee up front. And then on the tail end of that, they say you can get money back if you think that it's not a good deal. But when you try to get your money back, they charge you an additional fee for the refund. And you're left with about 10, maybe 15% of your initial of all the money that you put in to begin with. So you kind of get screwed. So there are stories.
There are some.
Yeah, there are a lot of unscrupulous people out there.
Yeah, there are, and there's people that claim that they were part of the movement and they made money off of it instead. Like, they were not the real people. They were not. There was quite a few people that have a pattern of doing this that were at the convoy as well as at Castleman and again at the Ostrich farm. They had patterns, and these people were not representing the true intentions, the true people.
I don't think Kevin J. Johnston really embodies the true spirit of what the freedom movement is supposed to be about. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's quite a few that have taken advantage. And like, as you know, too, Chris and Tamara were not the real leaders of the truck convoy. You know that. You interviewed the real person that wrote a book, right, called Consequences. You can buy it on Amazon. And there is a lot of sabotaging that happened. We don't know why. We don't know where it all came from, but a lot of sabotage happened. And it was also happening at the ostrich farm. And it's really weird. You got like so many different groups of people that were there. You got them social media influencers that have a pattern. We didn't like them. They were not our representative or anybody's representative. I'm not saying I'm part of the freedom stuff anymore anyway. I don't label myself. I had been part of some things in the past, but they're not the true representatives, and they have a pattern, and we all have seen it. So And but anyway, we're here to talk about the ostrich
I don't
farm.
know. I just
But
shared it with you.
was,
I didn't really think we were going to go there tonight, but
yeah, it's okay. It's
but
good. I
it
think
is
it's
related
good
to what we're
to
talking
talk about.
about,
It is
and that's how
actually.
it started. You know, you and I coming together, and then that interview never happened. And I told you, I said, I don't really think those guys like me very much, but if they want to do it with me, I'll go on their program.
Yeah.
Right? Like maybe we can
Yeah.
smooth things over or whatever. But you know, and
Yeah,
I'll
somehow I
guarantee
was
you,
connected.
heads are blowing up right now because I showed that chart again. They hate it when I show that chart. They don't like it.
Yeah.
There's something about that chart that they're really afraid of. And I
Well,
got
there's
some
a lot
ideas
of people
why.
that believe that these influencers were the true leaders and they were following them too.
Mhm.
It was very split up, everything. And this whole ostrich farm thing has really caused a big rift and a split and divide in
Yeah.
everybody, in the
Yeah.
movement, in the friendships, geez, like everything, right? And
Yeah.
everybody's all split up now. There's people that believe in the farm that support them. There's, you
Mhm.
know, that believe that CFIA was doing something. You know, like there was the grifters, the weird people that came way later.
Yeah.
I didn't know those people that were doing all that crazy stuff later on in the summer that was happening.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was a lot of different groups. It was
Sure.
very split and divide, and I don't think it's fair to like
I never
category
said that
everybody.
Kevin Johnson started the Freedom Convoy. I never said that. Okay.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
Just for a record, all I did was show that on the, but anyway, he got a lot of mileage out of that video. So good for him.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
listen, we are going to draw this to a close, but I'm going to ask you a personal favor because you're talking about
Sure.
divide, right? And you don't have to stick around after this at all. And you don't even have to say anything when this happens. But I know that Angie is in the waiting room and Blake Roberts is in there too. And I've got something that I want to have a special video I want to run. And it's and so I just don't go away. Don't have to say anything to the people, but it'll help unify and create a little bit more.
If you want me to stay on, I will. I'm happy to
All right,
answer questions too.
Okay, cool.
It's fine.
So
Yeah.
so here's Angie. Oops. There's Blake, I guess. And here's Elena back. And let's see if Angie can come on. Okay, let's see video. Let's see the beautiful faces. All
Hi,
right.
Blake and Angie.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Okay, I have something now. Everybody thinks I'm an ostrich hater. Okay, I don't hate ostriches. But I do have something tonight that I'd like to share with everybody before we continue with these other interviews. It's a little video that I put together, and this is to, I guess, it's a celebration of life for the ostriches, and in particular, spirit. First, a moment of silence.
Oh, I have something to add. Give me a second here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. You're listening. Okay. I was just thinking well, I've never seen that video. That was kind of funny. Well, not
Why was
funny
it funny?
either. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I just corrected myself just as you said something. No, just it was weird.
I don't understand the point of the video, Rick.
Don't you? Don't you want to Memorialize spirit.
What's with the American flag, and who are the people around in the next
Oh,
picture?
the American flag. Do you want to talk about the American flag?
I'm asking you a question. What was the point of that video? I'm confused.
Well, I didn't think you would be confused by that. I think it's self-evident, isn't it?
I don't know. I maybe I'm dumb. I don't know what the point of an American flag or on a
Well, I
headstone.
didn't say that. You said that, Blake. I didn't say you were dumb. Don't you get it? What's the point of the American flag, Blake? Didn't you burn the Canadian flag?
Here we go.
I'm just asking. That's why you're here, right? You've got a voice. The platform's yours. Go ahead.
Here we go. Okay, here's how you start, Mr. Walker. You know what? When I reached out to Angie today, I was upset. I was angry. Yeah. And in the last few hours, I've become a little sad thinking about the farm. And I thought maybe we're going to have a intelligent, reasonable conversation. First, I've been waiting for an hour to get on, so that's fine. That's how you roll. That's fine. And then you started with a video with an American flag, and I guess I honestly, I don't know if I'm clueless, but are you insinuating this was all American led or something? I don't see where the flag.
Well, I guess you'd have to kind of keep up and watch some of our broadcasts here.
I don't watch your broadcasts. I have not watched one of your broadcasts until this morning, when I watched the broadcast from yesterday with Rick and Kelly, I believe. So I'm just asking you a question, because I really don't understand. What was the point of the American flag around the tombstone with the ostrich and the people around the butt? Because I'm confused. I don't know.
Yeah, there was American influence on the political side at the farm.
Okay, so that's where it was. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you started your interview with, you were going to memorialize the ostriches, and you made an insulting joke. That's fine. That's your privilege. It's your show.
You can interpret it any way you want.
Oh, that's what it was.
Is that what it was? I don't know, Blake. It seems to me like you're trivializing something that's very serious to you.
No, I'm not, Rick.
No?
No.
Why? What about Spirit and Sarah? And what about Charlie? Don't they have rights? Don't you care, Blake?
Rick, if you're
about the dead ostriches, what the hell's wrong with you, Blake? Don't you care about those ostriches? I gave you an opportunity to be respectful to those dead ostriches. And what have you done? You've made a mockery of it here. Flag burner.
Okay, you want to talk about the flag, Rick?
You came on. The platform's yours. I'm giving you a voice.
Okay, yeah. Well, we can talk about the flag. I was going to hope we were going to talk about various things that you discussed the last couple shows that I saw. So you call me a flag burner. Did you see the flag burning that I did?
I saw the video.
Which video?
I saw you admit to burning the Canadian flag.
Which video did you see? Did you see the original video I posted, or did you see the altered and spliced videos?
I saw many videos.
Which ones did you see?
If you have one that you'd like to share, I suppose I would let you do it. I didn't queue up a video of you burning the flag because I find it distasteful and I didn't want to run it again.
Okay. Well, you started with the term "you flag burner." Okay. So
now you're not a flag burner. You said you were. Katie said nobody burned a flag, but it was you.
Katie didn't know I had burned a flag because there's a lot of things going on that farm that people were not aware of.
So you discredit. So you really, like Elena had just said, you engaged in actions that really kind of smeared the freedom movement and the farm.
All the freedom movement, Rick. You can keep trying to bait me here. Can I explain the flag?
I'm not trying to bait you. Go ahead, man. I don't know you. I've never spoken to you. You wanted to come on the program. Go ahead.
Okay.
What you got to say?
We'll talk about the flag. The flag that. It's funny, you know what? In my business, it's actually been sent to my boss more than once. Emailed to my boss saying, "Here's what Blake Roberts did," and it's edited versions of people chanting, "Down with Canada, down with Canada." So people took the video that I posted the night the RCMP arrived, where I walked onto the road where we were waiting for the RCMP to arrive around 4:00 in the morning.
Right.
I came across 4 ladies crying because everybody was traumatized about what was going on that night. I had a and I've told the story a million times. I don't know why I'm having to say it again, but when somebody says flag burner, when you're a journalist, and I think you would have already been aware of the situation, but I had a flag in my pocket. I don't know why I had it. I think I intended to put it on a corpse of an ostrich. I think that was my plan. I had bought it 2 days earlier at Canadian Tire. Forgot it was there. I walk out onto the road at 301 Langell, quite emotional. I come across 4 people crying, saying what's happening to our country. I took the flag out in tears, as you can hear on the original video, saying this isn't my Canada anymore. That's what I did. So now if you have a problem with that, Rick, I respect that. I totally respect that. I mean this, because I have had people reach out to me and say, this is not what my grandfather fought for. I don't believe you should do this. And you know what? I can't argue. If somebody wants to condemn me for that, I totally appreciate it. But it's when people clip the video and twist it. That's what I have an issue with.
What did I twist?
Nothing. I don't know. If you can see, do you have a problem with what I just said? Am I a horrible person for what I just explained?
I don't think it's respectful to do what you did.
And that's fair. I can respect that, Rick. And I mean that. I totally respect it. Okay. So now I want to talk about some of the things that you talked about with Rick and Kelly. I think it was on the show yesterday.
Who are Angie? Did
Rick
we have
Kelly? I'm not sure that.
Oh, no, it wasn't Rick. What was his name? And you know audio there, Angie.
Roger and Kelly.
Roger and Kelly. Okay. So here's my story at the farm, and mine is very much like Alina's. I first visited the farm in April or May. Alina, I didn't know you were the one that went out and got the yellow tape. I thought that was CFIA stuff, so that we all learned something today. Okay. I'll answer I want to respond to some of the things that you said today. Okay. First off, I totally respect Rick and Kelly. Roger and Kelly, rather, for being unhappy with things that went on. And when I say things that went on, the people in the town of Edgewood and the people at the farm, I totally respect that. But I'll say this, you know who else was deep down would rather people not be at the farm? Dave, Katie, Karen, Eric, all of them. Because the people at the farm were only there because of this horrible situation that happened. Horrible situation. Okay.
Which never would have happened had they followed rules to begin with.
And you know what? Rick, that might be true. Maybe when the outbreak first happened, they didn't handle things correctly.
Even before the outbreak happened, they didn't handle things correctly.
Maybe not. You're hearing a lot of things secondhand. You've never been to the
farm.
No,
I'm dealing with evidence, facts, court documents.
That's fair. Okay. So let's say they didn't even handle things before. Okay. Alina just mentioned herself how the CFIA sometimes works. Okay. Farmers, there is a mantra out there now, because I talked to several farmers. I took the time to reach out and call farmers. Shoot, shovel, shut up is a thing because of how farmers feel attacked by the CFIA. They don't feel that they can reach out to the CFIA and get treated fairly. Can I read you a letter I got from a farmer on October? I've got my Facebook open. October 30th. Can I read this?
I don't know. Do you have his name?
Well, I can't include his name.
Then I don't want you to read it because I don't know who it's coming from.
So you're calling me a liar?
No, I'm just saying that Angie has also had some people come forward with letters and who remain anonymous. Well, but I know who they are, so I know that they're real people, so I can verify that this is coming from a real person. But to just have somebody start reading anonymous things, I don't know anything about where it's coming from, so I'm just trying to be thorough.
I can tell you that I've talked to farmers. I took the time to reach out to farmers. I personally spoke to 11 in Alberta and BC because I wanted to find out, hey, I'm just a guy in BC. Am I overstepping farmers' opinions? I left over 20 voicemails or emails. I talked to 11 who said, yeah, CFIA is an issue. Okay. But they don't want to say much because they don't want to get targeted by the CFIA. So back to the farm. Did they handle everything completely properly? Probably not. But I have talked to 3 virologists myself who will insist that these birds were healthy. Now,
So?
what do you mean?
So what?
Okay.
Even if they were, Blake,
Even if they were
you're
what?
missing the point that I think 99% of the people are missing is that there's still a reason why the CFIA had to do what they did.
What was that reason, Rick?
Legal reasons, not even scientific.
No, Rick, that's
Yep.
not true.
Yes,
Rick,
it is.
we have trade agreements with the World Organization.
No, you don't get it.
and other
You don't
countries.
understand.
Okay, explain.
The protest backed the government into a corner. The protest delayed everything. The protest became a form of lawfare. The protest, because of the ongoing appeals, stretched over a long period of time because the wheels of justice turn slowly, especially when property rights are respected, when people's due process is respected. And it dragged on and it dragged on. And when the farm lost because they couldn't make good arguments in court and couldn't prove their case and they kept losing, they kept appealing. So it dragged on for like a year.
Well, they use the justice system. They use the justice system within their rights to appeal.
They are allowed to do that. Yes, they are.
And
they can do that.
When you said their evidence failed, a lot of their evidence wasn't allowed to be presented. The courts would not consider evidence from Dr. Pellick, for example, would not consider.
No, that's not true. Dr. Pellick testified in court. And yes, it depends on the kind of evidence that you're trying to present. And the process was followed properly. Why
don't you do this? Why don't you have Dr. Pellick on and discuss this with him?
I had Dr. Pellick on as part of a 7-hour interview, and he was the major part of that. So I'm well aware of what Dr. Pellick had to say because we had a marathon broadcast with him.
When? How long ago?
Oh my goodness! Well, you can find it online. That would have been midsummer. It was right around the time, Elena, you and I were first talking, so it would have been around June.
And you discount, I did not know you talked, and you discount everything Dr. Pellick says.
I know he lied about some things.
You say he lied. What did he lie about?
Well, he lied that, anybody can set up an open air biolab in their backyard. He lied when he told me, or at least he was mistaken, when he told me that I would be able to go down to any pharmacy and buy the COVID antigen that they were injecting into the birds. And then I said, well, the next day I'm going to set up my own biolab in the backyard. And I started calling around, and I even called labs to see if I could purchase the COVID antigen that had been, or something of something similar even, to inject into animals that I was going to purchase, chickens or anything in my backyard to inject the way they did out of the farm. And I said, I don't know about that, Dr. Pellick. I think you might need permits to do these kinds of things. And it didn't matter where I called, didn't matter. Even when I called the labs that they had been working with, no one would sell it to me. Because there are regulations and there are rules, the rules that were never followed out of that farm. None of the rules regarding, proper protocols for conducting COVID research. None of those rules were ever followed. They didn't care. And when you're conducting experiments, you don't know what is going to happen. That's why you have to be careful. And that's what they were engaged in, some sort of research out there, and they weren't following any rules. They didn't have any permits. They didn't do anything proper.
If you're saying he lied, why don't you start a story on this? Why don't you promote stories on this? Why don't you go after Dr. Pellick? That's pretty groundbreaking stuff.
Well, Mr. Roberts, he was on the program. I just told you I did I don't know how much more time I have to give someone, 7 hours.
You say he lied, and then you say you went to try to.
I challenged him on it, and then the next day
you tried to.
If he wants to come back on, I would entertain that. I don't know how much value there is in it at this point. We've exhausted the debate with him.
You say he lied, and you said he was essentially conducting illegal.
No, the farm was conducting illegal research. I never said that he did.
Well, you said he lied and he was
And
involved in it.
I'm just, and
Why don't
whether
you
it's
tell me?
illegal depends on whether you're charged, I suppose, but they
Here's a
didn't have
story for
permits
you.
and they never followed, the protocols that Health Canada or even the CFIA lays down for these kinds of facilities. And people are like, well, we have to save the ostriches because they have so much value for research. But when I talk to other scientists, experts, they're saying that the birds probably had zero value for research because of the way they had been handled out at the farm.
What experts?
Well, just as an example, I did the interview with the executive from Breathe Medical that they were in consult, that they were talking with, and then that company explored the science that the farm said that they were involved with because they wanted to sell the technology to Breathe Medical to produce the masks to embed the ostrich antibodies into them. And at the end of the day, the letter of intent to purchase was never honored because they couldn't prove the science. And in the interview, it was clearly stated that they didn't have any valid material to bring. They didn't have anything of value that,
So
that they could use.
And they didn't know what they're doing as far as their research. You're suggesting they didn't know what they're doing as far as their research.
Yeah, they couldn't produce a product that they could get approved because the science was not valid.
Okay, so
they're very, because as the word came up the other night, sticklers. Yeah, if you want to produce an N95 mask or a NIOSH mask or a mask to prevent certain particulate or chemicals from going through it to make sure that workers are safe, and whether they're painting a car or working with asbestos or anything, they meet certain standards.
Okay, so
so they would have had to meet certain standards and prove the science in order to produce these masks that they said would either detect and or prevent the infection of COVID. And they didn't have that. In the end, they claimed that they did, but when it came right down to it, they didn't have anything.
Okay, so let's assume they're bad scientists. Let's say everything that they were trying to do.
See, that's the problem, Blake. They're not scientists. They never were, and they're not.
Well, they tried to be. They had a dream, and maybe they were horrible at it. You acknowledge yourself that they were doing research. Clearly, and you may rightly so say that it was flawed research.
They said that they told us what they were doing. I didn't say they were doing anything. I had Katie on. I had Karen on. I've had everybody on this program. I've given everyone a voice. I've explored all sides of it, and I'm well versed in exactly what was going on out there.
Do you believe they were? Do you agree they were doing research, faulty research or otherwise? Do you believe they were doing research?
They said that they were injecting the birds with COVID antigens.
Okay. And again, whether it's antigens or some type of protein, I can't comment on that. I'm not a scientist. They were doing something. They were
injecting the birds with an antigen so that it would stimulate the immune system to produce antibodies in the eggs.
So they were conducting some science of whatever it was.
They were injecting the birds, but not in a valid manner.
Okay,
and whatever they were getting out of it was not considered to be of actual value. But go ahead.
And that's what I've been trying to ascertain for the last 2 minutes. So let's assume that their science was flawed, okay, but they were trying, right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's skip forward to January when they had the outbreak. That to whatever degree they didn't handle properly, they were out of the country and didn't deal with the dead birds right away as properly as they should. Let's assume that that's all true. It
is true.
Yeah, okay. Well, no, I just said let's assume that's true. It's true.
I don't have to assume.
Okay.
There's evidence to prove that.
Well, courts aren't always accurate too, but I'm even going to say I'm assuming it's true. I said assume. That's all I can do. I wasn't there.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you weren't there. Okay. You can smirk, but that's
no. I'm not smirking. I'm just.
Okay.
I just want to get to the point.
Okay. So, well, the point is this. Okay. On November 6th, the birds were killed. Okay. They were healthy for all those months, or at least exhibiting signs of being healthy. On October 25th, and I've said this a million times online, the virologist from the U of S, the poster child for the CFIA that CBC was always willing to have on the news, who said why these birds are dangerous and why they should be killed, on October 25th, Angela Rasmussen, quote, said, "I don't believe these birds are dangerous, but they should be killed because of the principle." So there's another virologist, the one the CBC trots out all the time, who always said the bird should be killed. And then I'll fast forward to November 7th, post laughing about it. But she says on October 25th, they're healthy, but they should be killed.
Yeah, I know what she said, and everybody's aware of what she said. So what?
Well, you don't think that that's relevant when a virologist says she believes the birds are healthy?
There's another valid reason why the call had to proceed.
And what?
And it's got nothing to do with whether the birds are healthy or sick.
Trade agreements?
Nope.
But what would that reason be?
To preserve the system.
Oh, okay.
Because if they allow these people to delay the call to the point where then it sets a legal precedent, and then the CFIA no longer has the ability to carry out its duty to call the animals in a timely fashion.
This is the thing, Rick. That was the whole point of this fight. When this farm had whatever outbreak they did or did not have, they carried the mantle to fight. Now, was 90% of this fight for themselves? I would expect it was, because they're trying to save their farm, save their animals. But they were also carrying the mantle for every other farmer out there, because nobody is going to fight for this. They're not going to fight to save their animals after the fact. They're going to fight for the animals now to save them. Did they do everything right? Probably, absolutely not. And
the other thing, Blake, is that, again, you're pointing your finger at the CFIA and saying that what they did was wrong because the birds were healthy, which you do not know.
Well, sir, I am listening. I am going by the virologist, the CBC.
And even her statement, she does not know. And regardless, even if they let me. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying, and then you can speak.
We do not know
the birds. You cannot let these people use the legal system to undermine the entire system, because it would have set a legal precedent, which would have prevented the CFIA in the future. Because then any farmer, if they don't want to comply, all they do is go to court and just drag things out to the point where they get to this situation where they're like, well, my birds look like they're okay, so we don't have to do it anymore. Because of what the farm did, Blake, and I will finish, because of what the farm did, the birds, if they were healthy, then they died for nothing at the end. And the damage that would have been done had been done by the time that they were called. So in that regard, the birds would have been, I guess there would have been a more noble death if they had been called when they were supposed to have been called, because that would have prevented further spread of the infection. It would have meant that the farm would have been prevented from externalizing their risk and making other people absorb that.
Here's the thing. This is where you move from an investigative journalist that you claim to be to a podcaster who is no better than anybody else, including me, giving our opinion.
No, that's a very accurate assessment that's a very accurate legal assessment of the situation, and that's the reality of it.
This farm was exercising their right to try to prove their case.
No, I'm not disputing that.
Let me ask Blake a question. Blake, have you read the court documents?
No, I have not.
So this is the issue. You have to go back and you have to read the court documents. You do, because you're speaking about this, and the court documents clearly show they weren't doing this for every other farm. They didn't even do it correctly for their own. If you know anything about legal jargon, like, just have a look. They didn't.
When I say they were doing this for every other farm, if you listen back to what I said a few minutes earlier, I said, was 90% of this fight for themselves? And the term I was trying to come up with was self-serving. Absolutely. But essentially, they're carrying the mantle for every other farm as well.
But the court documents didn't show that. Their court documents do not show that they are doing this for every other farm.
The court documents are dealing with their situation. Of course, their court documents aren't going to talk about other farms. When I say they were carrying the mantle for the farm, I'm talking big picture. And
how
I
do
can
we
tell you
change
this,
precedent, though? How do we change legal precedent or policies and procedures?
we
How do we
don't
do that?
know. And that's the thing. This
No,
farm
we
did
do know. You do it through court and you do it through policies and procedures. And
yes,
their
but by
information
this
is not
point,
correct.
by that point, their birds would have been dead. This farm was fighting for their lives. And evidently, yes, they did a lot of things wrong. Like Alina says, they had people visiting the farm. They were trying to put a face to it. Right or wrong, that's what the route they took as Canadians. They
turned it into an anti-government political
oh, Rick,
protest. That's exactly what it was.
Rick, you know what?
Oh, Blake.
Oh, here's where I'm gonna some of the stuff you said, because earlier when you're talking to, and I apologize, the two farmers who were the Edgewood residents, really good people. And here's the thing, I want to speak to the people in Edgewood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry, and I said their names wrong. It's Frank and Kelly. It's not Roger. So pardon me. I need to correct that.
As
Frank
somebody
Kelly.
that visited that farm and that city several times, okay, I don't want to for a second discount what anybody, and Angie and I talked about this today, and we kind of had it out, but kind of agreed on some things. I want to be clear, okay? To the people of Edgewood, I sympathize. I can't empathize because I don't come from a small town, but I get it why you'd be unhappy, pissed off, maybe scared because of the amount of people coming and going into your town, okay? I'm from Kelowna. I'm used to more people, okay? But I can tell you this, as somebody that came and went from that farm, some of the things I heard today about violence on the farm. So Rick, okay, you talk about violence on the farm. The first day, yes, that idiot Tim, what he is alleged to have done, and I was standing there when it all I didn't see it. We're all going, what the hell happened? Okay, apparently some lady got attacked. Okay, your assertion or the conversation this morning that anybody that day on September 22nd was laughing about it or not taking it seriously. I was on that road and I know how serious everybody was taking. Everybody was in charge. What do you mean a lady was attacked? Like everybody.
Did I say that somebody was laughing about it?
You maybe didn't, but the neighbors, the guests that were on
Not one
the
person went to help her, Blake. Not one person.
We were at that. No, you know why?
Has anyone ever asked what did they tell you about Lois? Let me ask you that. Has anyone ever shared what the farm feels towards Lois to you?
Oh, there's huge conflict between them. But I can tell you this. I heard Katie more than once tell people on that farm, leave Lois alone, more than once. I didn't know who Lois was other than she was in that house over there. Okay. Katie was very careful not to say anything derogatory, but she said, leave her alone. We've got conflict. That was it. But that day on September 22nd, I can tell you, there was nothing but concern and shock for the lady. I can tell you that. Yes, did one effing idiot do something incredibly stupid? Obviously.
He tried to kill her, in my opinion.
He did.
He doused fuel all over her and he punched her in the head.
I know that. I know that.
Let's just take a breath. Let's just take a breath. But you have to understand how this affects a small community. Okay. You have to understand the median age there is 65 years. It's a small, tight-knit community. And I've been saying there's 335. There's 235. I've been giving them an extra 100. So my conversation you had this morning is saying they have to suck it up because it's a small town and they don't like. I never
said they have to suck it up. Don't put words in my mouth, Angie.
No, you were leading to that.
No, I wasn't.
We didn't agree on that at all.
No, Angie, do not say they have to suck it up because that's not even close to what I said.
You said they had to.
I don't understand why they would be.
It was a small town and they had to basically deal with it.
That's not what I said. Do not put words in my mouth. Okay? I said I don't understand why they would feel afraid or anything else based upon what I saw. Okay. Now here's what I saw as somebody that spent probably 15 nights overall at the farm and then a few other day trips. Okay. That farm has changed me. The people I met there changed me. And Rick, you've said something very insulting more than once. You've talked about homeless people or grifters at the farm. Like you've been insulting. Your terminology has been
no. There have been some homeless people at many of these.
Turn your nose up like homeless people. Okay.
No,
okay?
I don't turn my nose up at homeless people
Rick,
at all.
Yes,
but it's a fact.
Yes, you do. You
No,
don't say these are homeless people. You say these are homeless with people.
You don't know. You know very little about me.
I know your tone. Okay, so here's the thing.
I thought you didn't watch the program.
I said I watched it today. Okay,
So
I saw the interview with the
So
two
do you
farmers.
know what I've done with homeless people? Are you aware of anything I've ever done with
said,
homeless
I
people?
know how you talked about them in the tone of your voice. If I'm wrong,
No, you're very wrong.
okay,
You
let
do
me
not
ask-
know
let me
anything
ask
about
you a
me and my
question.
history with homeless people.
When, with regards to the homeless people you say there are, you say there's homeless people at that farm, would it be fair to say your tone was a little negative?
Not in that respect. No, in fact, I see people who are of low income. I see people with mental health issues who are becoming involved in a series of these protests who I've said are
I
victims.
don't want to talk about a series of protests. I'm talking about the
I'm
Ostrich.
talking about this one as part of all of that. And the fact that there's a series of them is very relevant to this.
No.
And oh, yes, it is. And because a lot of the same people keep showing up at these things.
Okay, well, let's talk about the same people. Let me back up.
Yeah, you know, Blake, if you have new information to bring forward here tonight,
Well,
I'm all ears. But we've been down these roads many times.
Okay, well,
And so, you know, and I was glad to have you on, and I'm giving you a voice,
cut me off.
but I'm interested in anything new that you might want to bring forward.
I just did say I gave a firsthand account of what happened the night that the RCMP came and how the protesters felt and dealt with the Lowe's situation. I'm the only one here that was there. Okay, so I was there. Go watch the video, see the guy in the yellow parka. That was me. Okay, so I can tell you that. There was nobody laughing about it on site. Everybody was in shock. The reason nobody went to help her, most people didn't understand what was going on, and we were told by the RCMP to stay off the property. That's why, Angie. People were told to not go on that property by the RCMP.
What I want to know is why do you hate Canada so much?
Oh, Rick, here we go. Can we stay on point?
Well, you've made videos talking about it. What's wrong with the country?
Now let's stay on point about the ostrich farm, Rick, because I see what you do. I was warned. Okay, now
I saw what you did too. I know what you're all about.
I'm very unhappy with Canada, 100%. And here's the thing, Rick. You and I, we think a lot alike.
And the ostrich farm gives you a real good vehicle to spread your message about
Rick,
not liking the country.
Rick, here's the thing. Okay, I don't want to make this about me, but you steer it. Okay, you steer. I want to talk about the farm, and I want to talk about the.
I don't know about that, Blake, because it seems to me like you're building your entire social media presence on the backs of the farm.
Oh, Rick, my social media presence. Okay, do you sell advertising on your show?
I have a sponsor, but I made sure that sponsor is not connected in any way that would compromise me politically.
Let's be clear. I'm just a guy. I ended up getting followers on Facebook because I was live streaming, because I fell in love with the ostriches, and I got sad about the situation. I'm genuine. I have nothing to gain. I've lost money because of this, and I'll continue to lose money because of this. I recently monetized my Facebook account on
I know, and here we go. And is this why you're here, to promote the donations that you're gonna try and donate to the animal rights group?
Animal Justice?
I thought so. There you go.
No,
which is a political organization.
You know the only reason I brought it up? Because you threw it back at me and you said, why do you hate Canada so much when I'm talking about the ostriches? The only reason. So since you brought it up to me.
You never answered the question. Why do you hate the country so much?
Why do I hate Canada? Okay, let me finish. Okay, but I want to first talk about you and I having some of the same. I listened to you before Elena came on, and I thought, holy shit, this guy and we think a lot alike. I think Trump's an idiot.
We're there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was a big admirer of Ronald Reagan. I've posted more than once. Where are the great leaders? We can put left and right aside. Where are the Barack Obamas and the Ronald Reagans? Where are the leaders? Okay, so let's not make this political, because I agree with a lot of what you say, Rick. Okay,
but it is political, Blake. I mean, it really is very political.
Why do I?
Well, is political.
That's fair. Like, I agree that some more on the right jumped on this. But here's my situation. Why do I hate Canada? Okay, and hate's maybe a wrong or hard word, but there's things about it I do hate. I don't care anymore. Okay, I don't. But I'll tell you this: during the election, I voted for Pierre Poilievre. Go to my Facebook. The night Mark Carney was elected and he gave a speech, I posted, this is what a leader says, because I love to speech.
Okay.
And during the trade war that was starting, my conservative friends started getting pissed off at me because I was defending Mark Carney. I kept saying, let's put left and right aside. Here's our prime minister. Let's support him. When Mark Carney started bailing on his tariffs, I still supported him because I said, you know what? This is not an easy fight. And battling the states is effing hard. I still supported him. Where I started to hate Canada, become disenchanted, yes, was during the ostrich farm. Because right or wrong, I believe that what happened here was wrong. You and I can disagree with that, but why I hate Canada, that's no, but hear me out now.
You know what, Blake? It's not, it doesn't matter. You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I think.
Well,
and when you were getting upset with me because I was telling you what the legal reasons were for them proceeding with the cull beyond the science and beyond the, you know, any other reasons, you know, that's not me even editorializing. That's just me laying out the facts. That's one of the main reasons that this thing happened, whether I like it or you like it or not.
Let's say that
that's what happened.
Right. Let's say you're right. And I'm not even going to say let's say you're right. You're right because you follow the justice system more than I do. But as this farm gets the hammer thrown on it by the CFIA, if they're not going to fight it in the here and now when it was happening, when is a farm going to fight it? Because this farm, the one thing they did is they put eyes on the CFIA. 90% of Canadians had never heard the CFIA until this happened. So they accomplished something.
You don't have to fight it this way.
Rick, how would you like them to fight it?
There are avenues that there's political activism. There's you become involved. You can lobby, and you can get a team of scientists together and put forward arguments, trade experts, and these things have been reviewed. They're in constant review. RFK Jr. is pushing the review on the U.S. side with regard to the culling policy and the stamping out policies. And so, of course, there are ways to affect change without turning it into a circus that upends an entire community and does damage to an entire country.
Okay, so now God, Rick, you know what? There's times I want to punch you in the face, and I'm being facetious, and there's times like what you're fighting for, we're the same. No, but
I want to punch you in the face, but I'm just joking about
facetious. Well, okay, but Rick, when is somebody?
I don't want to punch you in the face.
What if you do? I don't blame you. Half the country does because they burned a flag.
I don't want to punch you in the face.
If somebody's going to fight for something, if I asked 50 of my friends before the Ostrich farm what the CFIA was, they wouldn't have a clue. So they put eyes on the
I've had a lot of experience with the CFIA, and
you have, but most of us haven't. But can I stop
now?
And
it goes beyond the ostrich farm. I totally get that people don't like the power of the CFIA, and they are very powerful.
Okay, Rick, so we're going to go in circles because we disagree with how they dealt with things, and that's fair. So I want to finish talking to the residents of Edgewood.
Everything that happened out there, Blake, was completely irresponsible.
You know what? Okay.
On every level. And
again, I just said Zanji and I did agree to disagree. But let's,
if people want to have a conversation about whether the stamping out policy is working, not working, should it be changed, those conversations are constantly taking place, and people can become involved in those. And if you want to lobby for a change, then there are a lot of ways to do that in a constructive way. Rick, and you can get the change that you want. You can get politicians to bring leverage to bear on these issues. That's the way you do it, but you don't externalize the risk, and you don't make you don't cause damage and harm to your neighbors, to your community. You don't turn it into a circus. You don't have to give the middle finger to the government. This was done this is exactly what it was. It became an anti-government protest.
Okay. You say it became an anti-government protest. This was a government policy. So what else would you like it to be?
It went beyond just this policy. When I see Colin Big Bear Ross driving around in a field with kids in the back of a van, and Drea Humphrey from Rebel News bouncing around in the back as well, and I'm looking at that, and there were potentially even rules and laws being broken there in the way that was being done, and they're live streaming the whole thing, and that in itself, and as I recall watching that video, it was kind of like saying, "Come and get me."
Rick, that's not what it was.
Yeah,
that's not what, Rick.
They were just driving down from the upper field to the river. That's what that was.
They were live streaming it in a way, and no seatbelts on, blah blah blah. It was just
Rick, come on.
It was the way
nobody wore seatbelts going from the upper field to the river. It was 1 kilometer apart on the property.
Yeah, but it was live streamed, and
Rick, what's wrong with that?
Well, actually, if I reviewed the video, I'd have to recall exactly what I was, focusing in on. But the point is, Blake, that's what it was. It became a giant middle finger to the Canadian government.
And so, if people are angry at the government, is that not their right? So now you talk about things going on.
Actually, Blake, it's not really their right to violate.
Rick, yes, it is. It is our right.
It's not your right to simply violate and ignore quarantine orders. It's not your right to just go around breaking the law. It's not your right to violate other people's rights.
The people at the farm, where all the RVs were parked and everything, they were perfectly outside the quarantine zone. Nothing was happening there. Were some people, like Elena said, getting too close to the fence? Sure, absolutely. But the whole point of the argument of the farm was these animals are healthy. So that's a moot point. But the gathering of the people were nowhere near the birds, nowhere near them. The RCMP were way closer. And if the quarantine is such an issue that you're worried about, why don't you do a show on all the
I'm worried about it or not, Blake? I'm just pointing out the information.
And the CFIA,
the quarantine order was violated. If there were additional fines levied against the farm because they weren't following the orders, because they didn't have the right to violate those orders from the CFIA. That's not. You don't have the right to just break the law because you want to break the law.
Let's now, if we're you're talking about following the quarantine orders of the CFIA. Let's fast forward.
No, you're talking about rights and where rights.
Let's talk about what the CFIA did on November 6th. When they sent a message to the farm and they killed those animals.
I've explored all this on the program multiple times. This is all old stuff, and we're just rehashing all of this, and you're not bringing anything new here.
Well, excuse me, I did bring something new. I explained what happened on September 22nd, you not being accurate. I'll keep going then. You talked about today or yesterday, the farmers talked about, and I talked about this with Angie today. There's an accusation that there was a fire burning on the road next to Lois's house all the time. No, there wasn't. Absolutely not true. Not true. One night, the first night, September 22nd, there was a small log fire about as big as 4 laptops around that ended when the RCMP came in. So that's bullshit. No offense.
Okay. I don't think they said all the time. Did they say all the time, Angie?
It was constantly burning, Angie. What did they say?
So I have had reports and people share that with me. But I think when we were talking about that, Blake, is the fact that why would they have done that by Lois's house?
Because that was where the RCMP were driving in. And they were waiting for the RCMP. It wasn't anything to scare Lois.
But
the farm was scared.
Let me tell you, it did. It scared her
and
it scared the community. But hold on. I have a letter here that I'll read, and it's from a community member.
No, you can't read it. If I couldn't read my letter from a farmer unless you're going to put a name to it.
Except that we know who these people are.
She does have a name to it. She does have a name to it.
I have a name to my letter. Let me read my letter from a farmer.
I don't know who it is.
Fair. So
you're calling me a liar. No, it's not about calling you a liar.
No, Rick is. Rick is not.
I didn't call you a liar.
Well, you're allowed to read a letter from somebody that I don't know who it is. So
if you want, I can probably call her up here. This is not your platform.
Okay.
Well, I'm responsible for it, so I'm verifying. I've verified that this is a real person.
That was an opinion for somebody. Let me back up. And I started to say this a little bit ago to the people of Edgewood. I get it. Okay, even though I'm from a bigger city, if you hated people coming and going from your tiny little bedroom community, I can respect that because I get it. You went to live there for a reason. And I'm going to tell a story. Okay. And this is firsthand. So firsthand information. Okay. I visited the Edgewood store more than once.
Mm-hmm.
The owner or the worker, I thought he was the owner of the Edgewood store, told me they were getting threats or pressure. Threats might not be the right word, but angry pressure from residents. Do not serve the people visiting the farm. Okay, and that's firsthand. They I thought the owner and the employee, I guess they're both employees, told me that. Okay, and I live streamed an experience. I was at the YRB plant, which is about a mile and a half up from the farm. I was sent there to film. That's where the RCMP set up. Okay, I was set there to film something going on. I was parked on the side of the road. Doug asked me to go film something was going on at the farm. So I've got my camera. So I'm filming. And I'm standing, I'm at the front entrance, right? And there's an RCMP car right there. And the foreman for YRB or for whatever the provincial agency is comes and he gets in my face. He's angry that I'm standing there. So I move, I go back to a pullout. I'm filming again. He comes and he gets in my face and for about 5 minutes, and I live stream this, and he's in my face filming about where I was. And I said, I moved. I was being very polite, all on evidence. He got angry, went to Dave and Karen. He says, I'm telling Dave and Karen. Dave and Karen asked me to leave the farm. Or Dave comes, I go to the farm. Dave says, Blake, I'll leave the farm. Karen wants you out. What happened? Because this worker, whose name shall remain nameless, complained. I showed Dave the video of the entire interaction. Dave goes, oh, geez, that's not what we were told. Don't leave. So I hang around for a day. Dave reaches out to me. He has phoned the person in question. That person, him and I meet near the campgrounds outside, near the showers in Edgewood. Him and I had a conversation for about an hour and a half. We sat on a picnic bench. He was beyond stressed because he didn't like the RCMP being in his backyard. Yes, he was sick and tired of all the live streamers, but he kind of understood why we were there, but he's caught in the middle. So he's pissed. He lashes out at me. We had a conversation about life for about an hour and a half. We hugged and we cried. Okay. I then asked him as we're wrapped up, I said, so what's with this hate group? Because I'm hearing hate group. I didn't know. The fellow told me stories about Dave, all complimentary, nothing critical of Dave, called Dave a big dreamer. But he said, yeah, Dave cost some money with investments and things, but people followed his lead. So a lot of people are pissed at Dave, but he said very complimentary things about Dave. And then he said, people in this town don't like everybody here. This is a quiet little town. He says, I don't like everybody here. So to the people of Edgewood, I get it. I get it. I totally get it. I'll say this. I love your little town. I get emotional. Okay. I love your little town.
Don't get emotional. Stop.
Okay. I drove. My wife just hitting me because I've turned into a crier since this whole thing happened. Okay. This farm changed me. The people I met there changed me. Okay. I drove into that town several times because I didn't eat in the kitchen. I didn't eat in the tent a lot because I never knew for sure how much food there was. So I would constantly go into the Edgewood store. I bought more of their shitty little sandwiches wrapped in cellophane than I care to remember. But I always had happy conversations with the worker in the store. I met people from Edgewood coming and going. Okay, so to the people of Edgewood that hated what's going on, I get it. Okay, but for this guy, if I ever pissed anybody off in the town by being there, I apologize. But you know who else? If you hated everybody being on that farm, you know who else deep down hated it and wished this never had to happen? Karen and Dave and Eric and Katie and Esper. They wish this didn't happen either deep down, because if they could go back, and that's my point, guys. Okay, this is a horrible, shitty situation. And excuse my language, let's say the farm fucked up and could have done everything different.
They could have.
They're sitting on scorched earth right now. Nobody is hurting more than the people in that farmhouse. And Rick Walker, with all due respect, you're running shows piling on. And maybe you don't realize what you're doing, but that's what you're doing. And I listened to you for an hour. I had your stream going before Lena came on.
Were you there to videotape? Were you trying to videotape the call? Did you want to show the blood, Blake?
Rick, I'm trying to talk from the heart here. Why are you making smart-ass comments?
I'm not making a smart-ass comment. It's a valid point.
Oh, okay. Sorry if I misunderstood. No, you know what? I'm in Mexico. I got here November 1.
Mhm.
I wanted to go back. My wife wouldn't let me go back.
Right.
If I
Why
had
did
gone
they?
back,
Yeah, see, Blake, because the whole thing was a photo op.
Rick, that's not true. Rick, you know
It
what?
certainly is.
Rick, you know what? See, I'm trying to have a heart-to-heart here, and you say dumb shit like that.
I'm dealing in facts, and the
Rick,
emotion
it
has
was not a
overcome
photo
you,
op.
and you're
You know what?
crying,
Rick,
and I understand that, but I don't think that you're thinking really rationally.
Rick, I am
And,
thinking very rational. I think more. You know what, Rick? If there's one thing I think more than ever before, it's rationally. I think about life different. I think about people different. I think about everything different. That situation changed me. And for you to say it's a photo op, even to the podcasters,
it was a photo op.
insult. For who was it a photo op?
For all the live streamers, for the political activists, for all the people giving a middle finger to the Canadian government, to the people who wanted to tear down the CFIA, that's very integral to the whole thing. They wanted to show the horror of the cull. And because they couldn't get good video, they were certainly broadcasting the shots, the gunshots,
because you're trying to show Canada what happened.
Try to appeal to people on an emotional level and get people jacked up because you have personified animals that they're trying to make people feel for, which you clearly, I guess, don't care much about because you weren't very respectful when I played taps and had a celebration of life for spirit
with
and the other ostriches
wrapped around it. You twisted the little message that you wanted. So let's talk.
No, that's pretty accurate.
Let's talk about the people that you say were trying to get a photo op. Okay, let's talk about
all of them.
All of them. What do you mean all of them? If I was
all
there,
of the streamers that were there.
Which one?
They were running around. They were even cutting down trees to make sure they could get a clear shot.
Let's talk about the tree.
I don't really care about the tree.
Well,
the tree is a tree. I'm just saying that they were going to extraordinary lengths to get a good angle, to work around everything that the CFIA was doing to avoid having the call because they didn't want the photo op because it was bad PR for them. It was terrible. To show the call would have been just horrific for people to watch, and it would have been extremely damaging for the government, for the CFIA,
because Katie was going to show the world if you do this.
That's right. She wanted to show the world. Why don't you go to the local abattoir and show people butchering the cows every day then? Why didn't you live,
gentlemen?
Why not live stream the farm culling or just killing their own animals halal method?
Because
to interject another topic here is this isn't the first time allegedly the farm has had the bird flu. They also had Pseudomonas virus allegedly. And so with that sickness, you also would be concerned about a cull, right? The first time, I believe it was 2020 when bird flu was in the valley. It was across in Fauquier for sure. And potentially we thought it was in the valley as well. And so the farm knew before this stint of bird flu that it would be a cull situation. So
they did the shoot, shovel, shut up. So let's say they're guilty of that. Just like a whole bunch of other farmers from what I talked to.
But they could have went through and they could have tried to change policy at that time, right?
So they messed up. So I know, what if they could have done things? You don't think they're all sitting in that farmhouse? What could we have done different? Again, back to my point. Who is suffering more than anybody? And you people are having a show piling on them. Rick, before Alina came on, you spoke and I'm trying to remember, my wife talked about some of the things you said about having a heart and doing this. And here you are running a show, kicking people when they're down.
I'm not kicking the farm. I'm
That
just
is exactly what you're doing.
No, I'm not.
No, it's
Actually,
not.
and in fact, Blake, when Elena was, talking about the money, and so I was trying to make sure that we kept things very factual, and I don't want any improper allegations of them using the money in any illegal way or anything like that. I want to be entirely fair. I'm not kicking the farm when they're down. They put themselves in whatever position they're in.
Get you sued.
So no, let's talk about how we ended up here. I'm okay to share this. So 2.5 weeks ago, I got a group of locals together. We had a Zoom call with Rick, and we wanted to hear and elevate their voices in regards to what was happening to them. That's legit the whole point of this. That's why we had the residents on. I do have 2 other letters from residents as well. I also have other residents that are messaging me right now. That's what this was for. Because what was happening is I have my own personal little hate group that has went against me because they don't like me and they don't like my voice. And so just allow me to finish so you get the perspective. So I contacted Rick to have a more secure platform to have the locals on. That's why we're here.
I'm going to suggest, if there's locals watching this, rather than this piling on people when they're hurting, because yes, to the Edgewood residents that are stressed, the stress you're feeling is...
Don't negate theirs.
I'm not, I'm telling you, I can say this. I think I'm pretty safe to say the stress that the people in that farmhouse at 301 Langell Road are feeling is a millionfold. So to the residents of Edgewood, I'm going to ask you this. Have it in your heart, and it's easy for me to say, but I am the king of forgiving people. My best friend says, Blake, somebody can kick you in the nuts and you talk to them 2 days later. So I think I speak sincerely when I say this. For all the horrible things that have gone on in that town that have stressed you, maybe if 1 or 2 of you can have it in your heart to maybe go to that farmhouse and say, can we sit down and...
You should call and ask the farm if they'd be open to that.
Okay, you know what? I will. I'll do that. And I you know what? I know what they'll say. Because maybe we can...
Okay, let me read this letter here. It's from Karina Moore.
But I'd like to read a letter from a whatever. Okay, read it.
Thank you, Rick. You may use my full name. After last night's interview, this was with David, the investor, I was taken back and believe our story is important. My name is Karina Morehart. I'm a resident of the Edgewood area. I live approximately 15 kilometers from Edgewood Center. I'm originally from northwestern BC and moved to Lumbee in 2017, and then to where I am presently 20 kilometers north of Edgewood in the summer of 2020. I've always been fascinated with the history and research of the area that makes home. I admire the history of Edgewood and learned there are families for generations. Like myself, many people move from the cities to get away from the hustle and bustle to a quieter area. The closest shopping center, police station, hospital is approximately 70 kilometers east from Edgewood. Lumbee is approximately 120 and Vernon another 25. Kelowna is approximately a 3-hour drive. As Randy and Angie have mentioned before, Edgewood has a general store, post office, and a credit union that's open 2 days a week. We only have a medical center. Elementary school, volunteer fire department also includes ambulance and local paramedics. Community park, campground that is situated along the Arrow Lakes that run into the Columbia River through BC down to the Oregon coast. I'm a Legion 203 member and a member of our Rod and Gun Club. On Mondays, I'll hang out with the ladies at the quilting club. I bring the crafts to work on or just chat and see what a beautiful quilt they are working on. And I'm one of the younger ones, but I do think they enjoy my company as much as I value theirs. There's lots to do, and if one gets involved with the community events and will find themselves very busy in Edgewood. Edgewood hosts the local farmers markets, volunteer fire department fundraiser auction, tennis courts, community bonfires at Halloween and other times in the year by the lake, the Rod and Gun Club, fish derbies, and of course the Legion Branch 203. The Legion has a thrift store downstairs, and the facility has scheduled dinners, luncheons, seniors luncheon, which I think there's actually a dinner tonight, sports events, TV, cribbage games, dart night, wings night, Oktoberfest, Halloween for adults and children, wintercraft, pickleball, etc. I've had the opportunity to meet many people when attending community events and functions, and a joy is one to learn more about the area and the people here. A senior and I drove down to the community, pointing out to families who have resided here for generations. We took a hike into the riding trail she's done many times with her horses, and it's beautiful. Getting involved is the key to building a strong support community. I do respect those who moved here and just want to be left alone. My encounter with the farm was in July 2021, when they had forest fires in the area. Pretty well, all the farmers in the area stayed put to look after their cattle and livestock. About day 3 being away, I wanted to go home and drove to the junction off Highway 6 and Edgewood turnoff. I could not go home as the evacuation order was in place, but witnessed a truck and trailer loaded with feed for the ostrich farm as they were given the okay to go to the farm. Yes, I was upset. I could not go home, but was okay for the feed to be brought to the farm. No other farmer asked for feed or money for their operation of their farms in the area. The farm had not contributed to anything in the community other than purchases at the general store. No community involvement nor supporting any local event except for their own farm. It was also during this time that I learned about the GoFundMe. It was not just set up to help families in need. The farm said they were a drop-off center to help local farmers, but this was further from the truth. Nothing was shared with any farmers in the area. I did correspond with Katie during this time, asking questions for clarity about what was going on. I was accused of being malicious and nasty versus someone seeking clarity of the situation and direct answers. Direct answers I did not receive. Fast forward to January 2025. The community finds out the avian flu is at the farm, and now a large quarantine zone is now for the area. Birds died. No one knew how many, as the farm did not let the community members know. Katie and the farm started rallying and inviting people to the farm, and that begins the list of GoFundMes, Give, Send, Goes, direct deposits, cash donations, etc. Katie's message to begin with was to help the farm with legal costs if they were going to fight the CFIA versus working with them. If they followed procedures, they would have been compensated $3,000 a bird, and all the quarantine and disposal at the owner's expense, or would not be at the owner's expense if done properly. So we have witnessed this circus and an influx of people to the area as locals. Kind of reminded me of the situation of what happened in Ottawa with the Freedom Convoy, with the radicals that were uncontrolled. I did watch, and I was glad it wasn't here, but learned we were going to be put on the map. Difference, Ottawa not only has the police, but they have the military, and also they were called in. RCMP came to secure the property for the CFIA and protect those workers while they were doing their job. Before the CFIA arrived in September, the only police presence we had was one lonely liaison officer from the cusp, who only checked in at the farm, not with the other locals. Protesters were set up at a camp across from the field with the ostriches where they were located. Protesters moved logs and junk concrete blocks into ditches, and if contacted by the spotters, there was a plan to block the road if the CFIA had come to call the birds. Some protesters were stationed at the junction before the ferry at the Snowshoe Bridge and east of Lumbee. They were all there 24/7 in case any police or CFIA were headed to Edgewood. Spotters sitting at the junction were writing down license plates, taking photos and videos of people heading in and out of the highway to Edgewood. Some locals were even followed, and many took precautions to either not go out, not drive around, or they would continue to drive around to ensure they weren't followed. Not to mention the protesters following the blue bins all the way over BC. That was quite the spectacle. The camp at the farm had many gatherings, concerts outside with live music, even had the pleasure of having Tamara Lynch show up. Did all the noise and lights bother the ostriches? They continued to fundraise and people kept coming and going with no consideration of the neighbors or the community members. In September, a senior widow was physically assaulted, gasoline poured on her, and she almost lost her home and her life if she did not open that door to let her cat out. Other protesters were also on her property recording the incident and singing hallelujah.
Not
a very
true.
dramatic incident.
Not true. I was there. Not true.
Oh, dude, it's videoed.
People
You can bring
on her
that up if you
property
want.
singing
Let me finish
hallelujah.
here. A traumatic incident for anyone, especially someone's mother, sister, aunt, and a regarded senior in the community. In October, when visiting the senior women, 2 liaison officers were doing a wellness check on her. It was then I mentioned that the Thanksgiving dinner at the Legion, and they were more than welcome to come on Saturday. Senior officers said he is a Legion member in his community and he'd be glad to come. This would
This
be
was
the
all discussed
incident.
today. Can we skip the Legion stuff? We've been through this part. I get it.
No, I'm not going to. This is her letter.
Yeah.
This would be the incident at the Legion with Mike Root and Chris Stacy. In November, the call happened. The Facebook reels of the event were unnecessary for showing dead birds to traumatize people. Why? No consideration for the impact this would have on other people watching. A very selfish act and keeping their audience engaged. It was not necessary. In December 2025, I did write a complaint to the regional district and know from previous correspondence more than one is needed to submit complaints. So I posted on Facebook information for people to write to the BC minister, the regional district, hoping for correspondence as all departments can have a role to play to shut down a protest. The area is in the ALR, that's the Agriculture Land Reserve, and with avian flu on the farm, put everything at risk. Living in a rural area, one does not expect such a circus to arrive. Limited resources in regards to the RCMP for the safety were also noted for the first 9 months. Our MLA and regional district director have been amazing, reaching out and corresponding with the locals. As for the MP, Scott Anderson, he was here a number of times, but only to the farm. He did not check in with Lois, the senior widow who was assaulted in September, to see how she was, nor did he ever meet with any locals to query how they were doing through this. One would think since the call would be over, I do not have rose-colored glasses as the farm is far from over. Until people go to court and charges are laid, regulations for such slack farming practices are improved. True landowners have full control over their property, maybe just might. I know there is so much more to say, but that could be put into a book. As a local person who lives here, I stand by my community. One day, my hope is that we'll have peace back in the valley and the truth will prevail what actually happened. And that is from Karina Moorhart.
Thanks for sharing that, Angie. Was there another letter? I think that we had 2, right? Did you
There
want to read
is.
two?
Just one sec.
That's why we started this whole thing, was to give the residents.
Confused about here is we're acknowledging that Edgewood residents were affected by this. So we can read another letter. I'm not discounting everything that lady said. A couple things I'll disagree with, but how she feels or how she's totally get it. That's her truth, and it's legit. But what's the point? I'm just saying my point is just, Rick, again, that this farm, these people in this farm, for all I know, they could be sitting there right now with what they're sitting on scorched earth. So if you can scrunch up your face.
Well, what do you mean by scorched earth?
Their animals are dead. Everything that they were living for is gone. They're on an empty farm. So you can scrunch up your face.
Well, they could have taken the compensation.
Well, their whole point to that, Rick, is a lot of these animals did mean something to them. And despite what you say, well, they used to use them for they're butchering them. A lot of these animals were their pets, despite what you may believe. So they wanted, this was
then you would think they would want a more, they'd want to deal with it responsibly from the beginning. Then
so they were shitty. She also had animals that were a little lame, blind. A good farmer, kill those ones, get them out of the way. Clearly, Karen's not the best even farmer in the world because maybe she deals with this too emotionally. I don't know. Sorry, Alina, were you talking? I cut you off.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I just want to ask you, because you haven't read the court documents, you said, are you aware of what the farm's financial background was before this?
Is that even relevant, Alina? What's that got to do with all this? If there's one court document I'm not going to read, it's, and Dave explained to me a lot of the foreclosure issues, like him and his partner own the land. How is that even relevant? If somebody's having financial issues because they're bad business people, it's got nothing to do with this.
Got
And
everything. Got everything to do with it.
It has everything to do
It's
with
got
it.
nothing
Yeah.
to do with it, Rick, other than you're kicking people when they're down.
No, I'm not.
No,
Well,
these
you are.
people, they
Why aren't you
scammed
working
a
with
lot of
people
people
anymore?
and they
I'm here
fundraised under
Why
just
aren't
false
you
to let
pretenses.
Blake.
Let's
This
take a man one
whole
day.
series.
Why are you doing a podcast?
People came to me and asked if they could have a voice because what we had done thus far hadn't given them a
How
voice,
is
and they
the
didn't feel they'd
financial
had
issue
an
got
adequate
anything to do with the cult?
that they'd had an adequate airing of their perspective on this and the lingering and ongoing impact that it's had on their community, on their lives, and because we've seen that this month there has been an effort to rekindle and keep alive this whole ostrich story. So because that's all been going on, and because I
Oh,
was
so you
asked,
want because the
and
animals
because
are
I
dead,
was
they're
asked
supposed to go
if
back
I
to
would give some time to some
why
of the
don't you
local
work
residents,
TV
that's
anymore?
how all this
You
started.
want to
I
take
was
shit
asked
people
tonight if
out
you
to
could
people?
come on
Why don't you work at
because you
CTV
expressed
anymore?
an interest in doing that,
Why
and I
don't you
said,
work at
okay,
CTV?
Blake can
Why don't
come
you-
on, and
why
here
don't
you are.
Why don't you work in media anymore? You're
Well,
taking
I do
cheap
work
shots
in
at
media.
people? Well, you're doing your own podcast in your basement. You want to take cheap shots at this farm? Why aren't you working at CTV anymore?
Well, there's a whole bunch of reasons why, Blake, but actually,
Get
I'm
back and you work good enough
sending
to
some.
survive? I don't know. Well,
Sorry,
you want to
what?
be an asshole to this farm? Why aren't you working for mainstream media? Not good enough?
No, I chose to leave for personal reasons at the time. They wanted me to move, actually, and they wanted me to go to another city, and I'd moved around quite a bit, and so I said, no, I'm going to continue to. I'm
Low
going
man
because
on the
I've
totem
also
pole.
been doing some.
Low man on the totem pole, so you couldn't stick where you were, eh? Low
No,
man.
actually, I'd been there for 25 plus years. And because of my personal situation, my wife has a good job, and I was doing also independent production. And so I said, I'll continue to produce my automotive program and submit that to the network. And
But
I'll
you're
work
not doing
as an
really well. Like
independent producer.
you're 25 years in the
and
business and you got 5,000 followers. You're not really good at what you do. You want to start insulting people? You want to start insulting other podcasters who were at the farm that they're asking
I
for.
have what I have,
What are
Blake.
you doing
And
when you sell advertising? You're insulting Daisy and Jim Kerr because they took the time to jump in their cars and maybe somebody paid them $1,000 to go. They believe in what they're doing and they're covering it. What is so wrong about that? You throw in Drea Humphreys, okay? You don't like
Because
Rebel News, clearly.
they aren't reporting the other side, Blake. So this
What
as
is
a
Rick
former
doing? Rick's not reporting the other side.
That's not
That's
true.
what-
He had a 7-hour interview. That's not correct.
That
It was
he's
7
butchering.
hours.
What is
Katie
butchering?
got up
What
and
is-
she got mad. Jeff got up and left. And also Jim got up and left. So
the first thing I did, Blake, the first thing I did
Okay,
when
you know what?
when people
My bad.
insisted
I'll
on me
apologize.
coming to cover this story, as I phoned the farm and I did an interview
apologize
with
for that.
Karen.
Okay, I'll apologize for that. Maybe I'm wrong there.
You're absolutely wrong.
Yeah,
You
well,
don't know anything about me. You don't know anything about my
just
career.
Apologize. If you want to keep going, you're good at piling on people. I said I apologize. I was wrong. Let's talk
And it's
about
not
how
about
this-
me. It's about the
let's-
residents. That's why this
let's-
whole thing started.
Let's talk about.
And you
let's
asked for
talk
a,
about-
to,
let's talk-
you asked if you could come on. You're on.
Well, you're criticizing the independent podcasters for what they did, and that they're asking for money when they're there.
I don't
Well,
really,
That's
I'm
me.
not.
I'm criticizing them.
Okay, well,
I am
let's move on
criticizing
from
them.
there.
I completely admit that. I'm not making any money by doing this. I don't need the fame and fortune. I'm well known in my hometown. I don't need anyone to know about me. I'm doing
Well,
this. I'm sticking my neck out. Please allow me to finish.
Okay,
I'm
sorry,
doing
I
this
cut
to
you off. I
allow.
apologize.
I'm doing this to allow the locals to have a voice. I am the one who did this because I was getting some threats and because there's some donkeys on here that don't like me and they say a bunch of crap about me. And I had some threats. So I reached out to Rick and I asked him if we could use his secure podcast for this. And that's why we're doing this. So just so you know, that's how this went down.
Okay, fair.
I didn't
And I
want.
apologize.
I don't wish. I don't have any ill will toward that farm.
Oh, Rick, you do. I mean,
No, I don't.
Rick, come on.
But the facts are the facts. The information takes me where it takes me, and
Well,
you
no,
and
well,
you
I-
and Blake. The fact that you're sitting here crying about the ostriches shows that you just can't handle the truth.
Rick, I can handle the truth. Okay. What I didn't appreciate how this government with their, okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think the stamping out policy is working?
Doesn't matter what I think.
Oh, no. Well, do you think? No, that's important. Do you believe the stamping out policy is working?
Doesn't matter what I think.
So you won't answer the question.
That's the answer to the question.
Do you think
I'm presenting the information, and I've said, you know, there are many valid reasons to review the policy, and they should probably do that.
You should go into politics because you're really good about dancing around the question, but you kind of said there's lots of reasons.
I don't have an agenda on the stamping out policy.
There's lots of reasons to review it. So what I would suggest is
they can review it.
Give it their shot. They did what they did. It may not have been their best avenue. Maybe something else, because believe me,
it was entirely inappropriate, and that's not really what it was about.
You know what? You're sitting in your basement in Ontario chirping about what this farm should have been.
Actually, this isn't my basement. To be honest with you, this is my mom's
4,800 followers with your chicken shit little podcast. Because that's what it is, dude.
Well, it was important enough that you wanted to come on.
So Blake, but hold on here. Let's be a little more respectful if we can.
No, you know what? I'm not being respectful to this man because this guy takes cheap shots at this farm. And again, this farm, let's say, excuse my language, can I swear on the podcast?
Opinions vary.
They are sitting in their house right now, hurting like nobody else in Canada is hurting. And this shit is going on. And we talk about this country. Here's one of the reasons I'm mad about this country. You ask me, Blake, why do you hate Canada? I'm so freaking angry that in this country, this could happen to a farm in our country. That's why I'm mad. Because what happened was disgusting.
Why aren't you protesting at other farms that have had their flocks culled?
Excuse me, I've talked to several of those farmers. And here's the other thing I'll tell you, most farmers, the chicken farmers I've talked to, they agree that their farms, when chickens get it, they're dead. You know within a day that they got avian flu and they're going to be dead. I talked to a chicken farmer in the Fraser Valley. 3 different enclosed farms. Let me finish. 3 different.
I didn't interrupt you.
3 different enclosed barns. Okay. He has chickens in 3 different enclosed barns. A few years ago, he did this so that if they ever got avian flu, he could prove to the CFIA, hey, they're enclosed. Don't kill them all. Tried to show the CFIA. CFI gutted the other 2. Wouldn't even look at it. This is a guy that didn't want to stand up and say anything now because he said, Blake, I'm still young in this game. I don't want to fight this. I don't want a target on my back, but I'm wishing the farm the best. And I talked to a bunch of farmers like that you say that maybe this wasn't the way to fight it, and maybe it wasn't, but this is the best shot that they gave it. And now you're still doing podcasts like this piling on, which is your right. But I don't know. I think it's shitty.
Some people think that what you do is pretty shitty too, Blake. Like somebody just sent me this.
Yeah. So here we go. You are showing
make this
edited video. There you go. Show the whole thing.
You're disgusted with the RCMP, as you should be. They told Katie and Karen they can go to a certain section of the field and sucker punch them. They ran in and sucker punched them. That's your RCMP are bad. Don't let them into your schools. You can't trust them. You can't trust them. They will hurt you. They will hurt you. The RCMP will hurt you. And if anybody says, Blake, that's a little harsh, look what they just did to those 2 ladies. Look what they just did to Katie and Karen. They lied to them. They lied to them. They lied to them. They're compare that to a guy that roofies a girl. They lied to them. Is it different? They lied to them. Would they roofie them? Hey, you know what? Let's be honest. A lot of cops do a lot of bad shit. A lot of cops do a lot of bad shit. And all these sons of bitches could have stood up and done something about it.
What's your point? I stand behind.
I don't know. Somebody sent it to me, and I gave them a voice.
You want to give the context to what you just saw?
Floor's yours.
Yeah. So you heard the argument. You heard what happened to Katie and Karen when they were in their pens and were told to go over there to feed them, and the RCMP arrested them. That's what I was referring to.
Were they supposed to be in the pen?
Yes, they were. They were in the pen. They were allowed in the pen.
Mm-hmm. Why were they arrested?
Because they were wanting them out of the pen. That's how they wanted to remove them, and they baited them into one area under the guise that you were where you weren't supposed to go.
I don't think they were arrested because they were feeding the birds. That's what social media people were saying. They were arrested just because they were feeding the birds.
They were arrested. They were allowed to be in this section of the pen. They were told you can go over here, so they did it. Oh, you went where you weren't supposed to go.
They were in violation.
No, Rick. No.
Yeah, they were. That's how they were arrested.
Rick,
that's why they were arrested.
I was there. You weren't there. They were allowed in the pens. They were allowed in one section of the pen.
They put themselves in the pen and locked themselves in there, and that was part of the protest. And they weren't going to come out.
Rick, you might.
It was like animal rights protests that glued themselves to the road or something.
Facts, dude. They were. Had they locked them? Were they?
What was the charge?
When the CFI, the violation of the Animal Protection Act or something.
Yeah, I mean there was a charge that they were charged with, and that's why they were arrested. So whatever the charge was the reason. It wasn't because they were feeding the birds.
Where they were allowed to be.
They took too long.
If they'd cooperated, they wouldn't have been arrested.
No, Rick. Not true, Rick. Not.
Well, then they wouldn't have been arrested, Blake.
Rick, you might
want to check everything else. They just weren't cooperating.
Facts.
Hard to get along with.
One thing that you may not know about this, Blake, is that there's tons of video on this, and there's a community right now. We have 31 people watching, and they were not hurt. It was live. The RCMP asked them to leave for more than an hour, and they chose not to. So did the CFIA liaison. So we all watched that live. So
they weren't even in video range then when they were arrested. There was no video. That's the whole point. The RCMP.
That's what people like yourself and other live streamers who do deserve to be criticized when they aren't entirely truthful, when they say things like they were only arrested for protesting peacefully, when they sometimes do things that are in violation of rules and laws.
We all watched them. What happened is Dave decided to bring the truck out because he had, I think, computers and stuff in there. And so Dave brought the truck out, and Katie and Karen stayed in there to get arrested. I'm pretty sure I can get
it's a protest, Blake. That's all part of it. You get arrested, so you get their picture taken, and then it's like, look, I'm a political prisoner.
They were allowed to feed the birds, Blake, and they were given an extra hour.
No. They were in there for hours, and they were told you can go into this section. So they went there. Boom! That's what they got arrested for being.
They told them to leave and get out of there, or they would be arrested. They gave them the heads up. This is all on video, Blake.
And I think Blake's accurate in the sense that I think that they said to them finally, well, you can go over here, so that they could do it in a safe way. And
Rick Walker, you're reporting on this from Ontario. You weren't there. Okay, and you can play that video that I talked about the RCMP. I stand behind everything.
I think they wanted you to take that down, didn't they? It was deleted.
What's that?
That's what I was told. I don't know. I'm asking you.
Leave it up. Show it.
I didn't take it. I didn't put it up.
Videos or clips.
Somebody sent it to me.
If somebody doesn't agree with how I handled the RCMP when I was there, that's totally fine.
Were you chasing the blue bins?
No.
Were you involved in that?
Yes, I followed one to Vernon. Yes, I did. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What did you say about liquefying the carcasses? Did you talk about that?
I don't think I did. No.
Because a lot of the streamers were talking about, they're killing these birds in contravention of the Supreme Court of Canada's stay order.
There was a piece of equipment there that people had pictures of, and that's what it was. What's the point?
That wasn't a liquefaction machine. Can you prove that?
People were panicking and made bad judgment, or thought something was that it wasn't. So what?
So what?
People also say I knocked on somebody's door. I didn't.
Well, I'm trying to deal in what people actually did, and you had a lot of live streamers talking about liquefied birds, which a lot of people found kind of horrific.
That's got nothing to do with me, and there still are allegations that's happening. They'll never know. Maybe that you don't know that didn't happen.
I don't know that it did.
Neither do I.
The onus is on the live streamers to show that, I suppose.
They couldn't
rather than show something that looks very much like a manure spreader.
That was the whole point. That was the whole point.
The whole point is to spread fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Yeah,
And the fear being the key component of that as part of the information warfare.
They were trying to put eyes on a situation that they believed in. You can twist it to make it ugly.
I'm not twisting it. That's exactly what it was.
Oh, you say that they're trying to get a photo op, or you suggest that their motives weren't pure.
That's what protest. That's what you do at a protest. It's all about the photo op. It's about putting attention on something like you're doing right here on my platform. You're bringing attention to this thing and keeping it going.
There's sincere photo ops and there's
sincere photo ops and not sincere photo ops. It's a protest. That's what they were doing.
What are you doing right now? Self-serving.
If I had been charged with the responsibility or the task of trying to amplify the message, and if they hired me as a consultant, I would have told them to do the same thing. But I don't do that. That's not my gig. I sit in my mom's basement and make podcasts.
Well, like I said, at least you admit it, and you get a small following. I mean, what other 100 people watching this?
Oh, probably less.
Yeah, probably less.
Yeah, way less.
I don't know. Maybe CTV. Here's the other thing about the mainstream.
Why does the farm even care what I say? What do you care?
And you know what?
Nobody watches me anyway.
Bad on me. Bad on me. Believe me, I watched 3 hours of your videos today. The one with the Dave fellow. And
that's actually that's commendable to remain engaged for 3 hours. Most people can't get past about 30 seconds to a minute and a half. So
in my condo, I had
a long attention span.
I had my headset on while
I was able to entertain you.
Yeah.
And inform.
Well, it was funny watching that one blow up in your face. Could you not?
Which one was that?
I guess one with Dave, because you were trying to bait him into being critical of the farm, and that didn't work.
Who, Mr. Elot?
Yes. Yeah.
I wasn't trying to bait him.
Oh, sure you were. Sure you were.
In fact, I had another conversation with him today, and it was quite good.
He didn't say what you hoped he would say.
I had no idea what he was going to say because I had no pre-interview with him.
There was no idea where it was going to go. That believed in something. He explained what he believed. Right, and then you're arguing about. Here's the other thing.
What's your connection to Mr. Elot? Like, why are you talking about him?
Because I watched him on your show. I'd never heard his name until this morning.
All right, so then why don't you keep focused? Let's not talk about. You don't really have much. You don't really have standing in this conversation. With regard to that,
on here, don't you? Probably half your viewers are because of me, so you should probably thank me. And by the way,
well, you're pretty darn popular.
Ostrich aren't poultry, or they're retites. A lot of countries do classify ostriches as retites. A lot of countries do. So
we've been down this road. They are poultry. You can Google it, as I've indicated, and I'm not really interested in your opinion on that because we've already explored that. What other new information would you like to bring forward tonight, Blake? It's getting late.
Well, you know what, Rick? To your 100 people watching your little podcast.
No, it's way less than that, Blake.
Yeah, it is. Way less. Way less. Why are you arguing with way less? Well, my wife just said, why am I arguing with the putts? I kept asking my wife not to talk when I'm on here, but you know what?
I call it like I see it.
Why am I arguing with the putts? Angie, Angie, you know what? I respect, you and I have had agreements to disagree. Mm-hmm. I'm to the residents of Edgewood, I don't doubt that the farm has made loads of mistakes over the years. I don't doubt it. But I am going to reach out to the farm and see if they'd be open, if anybody would ever want to sit down and talk. And maybe one little bit of good can come out of this, that the community can heal together. Because again, nobody's hurting more than the people in that farm. And excuse my language, maybe they fucked up, but maybe they're sitting with a gun under their chin right now, because I don't know what they have to live for. They've got Eric. He's a quad. He's a
what?
A quad.
Quadriplegic.
A quad?
Quadriplegic. He's
a quad.
He had a stroke at his son's
wedding. So you're
wedding.
calling him a quad?
Quadriplegic, yeah, it's a term.
Yeah, not very respectful, Blake.
Oh, come on, Rick. You know what? I just talked about a man feeling bad for him, and you know what? You're an asshole. You jump on that? You are really sleaze journalism, aren't you? He is a quadriplegic. Here I am talking about the man feeling bad, and you twist it.
I didn't twist it.
You know what? Somebody said, why are you even on this guy's show? You should be on the National Enquirer. You are a piece of work. Here I am talking about this family, and you twist it. Boo.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
You are an absolute, I'll say it, piece of shit. Andrea, I'm done talking to this clown. I will talk to you. Let's have that coffee. You and I may agree to disagree on a lot of things, okay? And people can do that. I want maybe the two of us who are on different sides of this fence can try to help do some healing here, okay? I'll phone you tomorrow. Rick Walker, let's sign off with this. Very unprofessional on my part, but based upon what you just did, go fuck yourself. Bye, guys.
Have a nice night, Blake.
Yeah, you too.
Well, guys.
Well, that was fun.
That went very well.
I should put something stronger than water in here. So are you okay? I might as well read this last letter from.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's hear it.
It is an anonymous letter. Rick does know who it is because they sent it to him as well. Thoughts regarding this week's Mavericks news program about the Universal Ostrich Farm. Locals who speak out and about UFO have much to fear. Why? Because the farm has a billionaire backer in the mega crowd who will pay their legal bills, and the farm is obviously litigious to the extreme. It won't hurt them to keep us in court until we're all broke, to say nothing about their supporters' violence. Locals know too much. In their blind obsession to get more money, the farm, they showed a total disregard for the safety of our community, both human and animal livestock. So burning us out is not unthinkable for them. Now they have the nerve to go after our democracy. The greatest conspiracy is conspiracy theories themselves. Authoritarians everywhere are exploiting people in democratic countries to overthrow their own governments on their behalf. War by proxy, the farm wants us to all lose trust in government and all of its agencies. CFIA aren't politicians, they're health workers. They're here to keep us safe from reckless fools who dabble in virology without the education, the skills, the resources, or the approvals to do so. The farm regulations are like laws to criminals. They only apply when you get caught. They and their supporters may be charged with fraud, arson, assault, embezzlement, perjury, money laundering, trespassing, tax evasion, intimidation, harassment, bringing false accusations, attempting to incite and revolt against the government. People are either net givers or net takers. The farm expects the entire world to give so they can take indefinitely. It's that simple. They are unapologetic, and so are all psychopaths. Not a coincidence, we think. As long as they can elicit sympathy by crying and whining, the cash keeps coming in, so why stop? The farm aren't farmers in any credible way. They never were equipped to care for and house the birds. They've been winging it for 35 years, and finally it caught up to them. Now we have to listen to their toxic entitlement through fabricated indignation as if they are victims of our uncaring government. Government overreach is the most overused cliche. Your listeners need to Google deprivation, curiosity, and Dr. Hare's psychopathic checklist to figure out what we're actually dealing with here, as it was suggested in a post by someone else. We're not just dealing with petty criminals. It's much deeper, darker, and bigger than that. Extreme narcissists do extreme things. All psychopaths are narcissists, whether or not all narcissists are psychopaths. Psychopaths can fool all people most of the time, and most of the people all of the time. The framework or motive which sustains the worldview of a narcissist, psychopath, and a dictator is hypocrisy, which explains their relationship with MAGA, the 51st state? I don't think so. Human society is fractal. The farm is a microcosm of much of what is wrong in the world, and not least of which is greed. For all of recorded history, we have followed the will of men, which results in corruption, misery, and more. Maybe we should follow a higher will.
Well, we gave that person a voice. Linda, was there something you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, did you see the text I just sent you? I think you're looking at
Yeah,
it.
I was like, who's texting me? It's binging again. There's so many people sending me messages, but if there's
Oh,
something
I'm
you want to
sure.
say, you go right ahead.
Yeah, I just sent you a screenshot of something. That was showing that Blake donated to the farm 4 years ago back during the fire.
Okay.
I just kind of found that interesting, like that, um, that he had been quite involved with the farm a while ago. So, by the way, I never met him. There was a lot of people there when I was there. During
Yeah.
Ostrich Fest, I think there was well over 200 people, maybe more.
Mm.
So, and then throughout that week afterwards, there were quite a bit of people.
Mm.
So I
Yeah, I've never
never
spoken to him before either.
Yeah, no, I only knew about him later, like when there was all this stuff going on. Like, actually, I think the first time I really learned about him was the flag burning. So, but I really didn't pay attention to a lot of the farm after I left in June. Bits of it, been in some of the groups and everything,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
yeah. But I just thought that was a little bit interesting that um, he has been connected with the farm a long time ago, has been donating to it and everything. Sorry, I don't have a point to it. I just thought it was interesting.
Well, that's that's about par for the course tonight. There's kind of like no point to a
I
lot of
do
the
have a
things said here tonight.
I do have a few more things to talk about if that's all right.
Well, heck,
I've
why not?
I feel like I
Who
haven't had a
wants to
chance to say
sleep?
everything.
If you want to say some more stuff, you go ahead. I'm cool with that.
Thanks. Well, we did plan for me to talk tonight like a month
How much
ago.
worse could it get?
One thing, are you aware? I think you are aware. I know Angie's aware of it, that they did blood work on the volunteers back in
Oh yeah, yeah,
March.
yeah.
I thought that was a little
Weird.
bit strange. So, like,
Again, par for the
like,
course. Weird.
and it just, there's a lot of things I really feel like we still all don't know from all of this. There's a lot of
But they did
lot of
acknowledge that those tests came back positive for bird flu antibodies, which indicates they had been exposed to bird flu. So I don't know what the point was.
I know,
Am I
and
missing
then
something?
I don't know. And then on top of that, when I was there, Jim brought in that survivor teenager from
See, if I
H5N1.
may just stop for a moment.
Mhm.
So what if I'm, and again, I stand to be corrected, but am I wrong in saying that if they tested the blood and they came back positive for bird flu antibodies, that means that they themselves have basically been infected. And the only reason they are not sick is because they are humans. And the human beings generally don't, it doesn't pass to human beings, but they've been exposed to it. And that bird flu is not really a risk to humans, except in some novel cases where that particular strain did infect someone out in Ohio, and I think they died, which is one of the reasons there was heightened risk. But all they did was prove that bird flu is present on the farm. Unless there's something more to that.
Yeah, for me, I feel like there's more of an agenda that we don't really know about too. Like I said, there was a lot of twists and turns there, lots and lots of different hands in the pot.
Am I wrong? Angie, am
A
I
lot of people's
wrong?
different agendas, right?
I think you're familiar with that, right?
Sorry, what did you say?
I was talking to Angie.
Sorry.
Is that, am I right in my assessment of that?
Of them receiving or having the bird flu, sorry?
Yeah, like they did blood testing and I guess it came back positive for antibodies.
Yeah, there is a video of the spokesperson saying, I believe there was, I think they said 4 people tested positive for the antibodies.
Yeah.
She said it in the kitchen. I don't know how many or somewhere. I think there was 4 people that were tested positive for the antibodies. Okay. She said it on, I don't know if it was.
And Katie, I think, did a video to acknowledge that did happen. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I just thought it was a little bit weird agenda, like with that, and then on top of that, like Jim bringing in this survivor of H5N1, the teenager. That was a whole weird thing too. When I was there, I was just like,
"Do you mind me asking? Were you there for that, Elena?"
Yes, I stood right there and watched the interview.
Do you know? Did they pay her to come as well?
I don't know, but it was set up by Jim, and I'm telling you, Jim had a whole different agenda out there, and we all saw that and witnessed it. So, we're still trying to piece it together. We really are. But I just thought it was very strange that they had her come. It just felt like there was some sort of agenda going on around it all. So
Well, of
I don't
course there
know.
was an agenda. It was a
Blood
political
work.
agenda, and she fit the
Yeah.
bill. She was a great poster child for surviving the bird flu, or, and because they brought her there, and she'd been infected, and got very sick from it, really, really sick. But she came out and she said, "You got to save the ostriches." So they wanted her to say that in the interviews,
Yeah,
because
it's really
that
weird.
supports their position, right? That's why she was there. And
She
that's
had a lot
exactly
of
what she said.
other health issues too, though, just FYI. So,
Yeah.
but who knows
Yeah.
what really happened there. So I'm not saying she didn't have it either. So I
Yeah.
don't know. But yeah, the whole thing was a little bit weird. I just thought there was a lot of off weird things that happened there when I was there. And I find it really strange that I happened to be there when a lot of stuff happened. A
Yeah.
lot, like the shooting of that bird, the drone stuff, the like the donation stuff, like
Can I ask you
it
something about
it was
that?
crazy.
Were
Sure,
you
yeah, go
there?
ahead.
Were you there the night one of the birds were unalived?
Yes, yeah, the May one. Yeah. I can tell you the story a little bit quickly here.
I'm just going to ask
Um,
you, did you get sent to the motel that night? Because as I understand
no.
it, people that were doing security got sent to the motel that night.
Yes, that's a very good point, Angie. And actually, I was just talking about that with someone today, about the donations. Like a couple people, some of the ex-volunteers, I actually spoke to quite a few of them the last few days. They're reminding me, talk about this, talk about that, all these points. Yes, that's another really strange thing. So, and first of all, that money for the hotel was from David's money. What happened like that night, it was really strange that the two people that just happened to be the closest to the pen on security all of the time were the two people that were sent to the hotel that night that happened. And that's a little bit strange, right? Yeah.
Little
So
bit
like
suspicious.
a little bit. So, okay, I'll tell you quickly my story about what happened that night, what I witnessed. Um, we were sitting at they allowed two campfires. There was one down at the river for the partiers. That quickly ended actually after a while. And then there's one for the families that wanted to just sit around fire, and they're like, hide your alcohol if you're drinking, and family friendly. But anyway, it was late at night when I was there. There was no family, no kids around. There was some of us sitting around, and two people on security with radios were sitting there. And I wish I'd written this down a long time ago. Someone suggested I should have had the timeline written down. And yeah, I wish I did. But about, I would say, 1 a.m., we were sitting, all of a sudden we heard chatter on the radios about a drone. And right away, one of the other volunteers said to me, "Oh, the drones have been hanging out on the west side over the pen whenever we've seen them." And so right away, we stood up, looked west, and there was a drone flying right over the trees on the west side where Karen had been sleeping as well. Karen and Dave had been sleeping in their trucks in the pen because they were afraid that the CFIA was going to come and call the birds in the middle of the night. So we were watching this drone, and there was a bunch of chatter going on the radio, and we said, the person that was on security said, "Oh, I don't really want to talk to them," and handed me the radio. And I was like, "Okay, sure." Like, I got on the radio, and I was like, "Yeah, we see it from the campfire. It's over the west side because it's kind of hiding or like behind the trees, right?" And then all of a sudden, it dropped down behind the trees, and the lights disappeared. And everybody was like, "Okay, it disappeared. We don't know where it went." So then the people around the fire, they're all kept going. I was the only one not intoxicated. I don't drink. So we're all sitting around, and I kept looking. I looked over for a little while, and I actually saw a flash. I don't know what that is from. I'm not saying it was from the drone. I have no idea. It was, oh, Rick, you just disappeared. That was weird. Did Rick disappear?
Yeah, but we're still here, so he may be doing something.
Yeah. All right. I'll keep going. Hopefully you heard it. So he was just gone off camera. Um, so yeah, so I was the only one from that fire that saw that flash, apparently. And the next morning, I was at the house and talking away, and I said something to Karen. I said, "Yeah, I saw this weird flash over the pen," and it was weird. It was almost like she was a little bit surprised, but then kind of jumped in and said, "Oh yeah, I saw it too." And she goes, "What time was that?" And I'm thinking off the top of my head right now, I'm thinking it may have been about 1:50 a.m. around there. I don't know. I can't remember now, but it's something like that. And I told her the time, the exact time, because back then I remembered, right? And she goes, "Oh yeah, I saw the flash too." And it was just really bizarre, like the whole thing. Like I just wasn't sure if there was truth going on there or what. And then that was it. And then they called the RCMP, and they ended up asking me to speak. There was a bunch of us that ended, not a bunch, but a few of us that ended up just whoever saw stuff talked to the RCMP. And because I had seen the flash, they asked me to say something to him, and because I had seen the drone, so I reported it to the RCMP. Later on that morning, I'm hanging around still at the house for some reason, or back and forth. I was back and forth all the time between the house and the volunteer area and all that sort of stuff. And then Drea from Rebel News was sitting around the table, and she informed me that she went out there with the owners, with I think Dave and Karen, and that they saw tracks like vehicle tracks or a truck track that goes out to the road. So this is all stuff that's just being told to me. I don't know what's true or not, right? I'm just saying what I was told. And then Drea showed me pictures as well, and these were posted on Rebel News a long time ago. And they were like pictures of the dead bird and the neck looked like it had been sliced almost. Like it didn't really look like, I'm no expert, but it didn't look like it was shot or anything really. I don't know. It was
We showed
weird.
the
It was
images
kind of,
here.
what's that?
We showed the images here too.
Yeah, okay, cool. And then they told me that they cut the neck off and put it in a freezer for evidence. And then lastly, what I was going to say is that we're sitting around the table. This goes to show you that they don't have names for the pets, for their pets, right? They were named, all of the dead birds were named after volunteers, all of them, except for actually, sorry, the one in May was not. So the other two were. This one was not.
They
Drea
named one
asked.
after Colin Big Bear, I think. That's what he said.
No, I named it. I'm the
Oh,
one. I'm
did
the
you?
person that named that dead bird.
No,
Drea asked.
they named a bird after Colin Big Bear too later.
Not that I know of. I know one was named after Sarah.
He talked about it.
Oh, really? That's weird. I've never
that's,
heard of that. But
yeah,
Colin
he
says
said
a lot of
it was a
bullshit.
video, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Okay. I don't really care.
That comes out of
You can
Colin's
name him
mouth.
anything you want.
Sorry, I hope I don't get shit on for saying that, but I wouldn't believe it. But I never heard about that. So, but yeah, Andrea says, well, she goes, Dave and Karen are fighting over the name of this bird because apparently the tag was shot off and they didn't know the name. And she goes, I need a name. I'm about to run the story. And I said, well, Joey sounds cute. Out of the blue. I said, call it Joey. And that's what she ran with. I was the one that named that dead bird in the end. So, not that I want to take credit or anything, but I'm just explaining like
No, it's
that.
pretty creative.
It's so weird. The whole thing, so weird.
I get royalties, especially if the movie is made. You're gonna get royalties on that.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of weird stuff. So,
well, guys, it's we're getting up to like 11:30 p.m. We're still holding an audience, even from my mom's basement, and
my spare bedroom, the Bedroom Broadcasting Corporation, as it's been called.
That's right.
In my kitchen.
Yeah, when I was a kid, just my pirate radio station. When I was, how old would I be? Like, I don't know, 12, I think, something like that. In that corner right over there. When I was a kid, I ran a pirate radio station out of that corner. I told the story the other night.
That's very cool.
I think it's a great story. I'm sharing.
I love that. Hey, do have one question for you, Elena. Do you know, did anyone get because I'm told that people can get the bird flu vaccine that have bird flu. Do you know if that was ever talked about or discussed, or if anyone had? Because, for example, someone would have potentially the antibodies if they received the bird flu vaccine.
Yeah, I can't really comment on that. I didn't really hear much about it. I mean, I heard about all the research way after I left.
Mhm.
The greatest thing Katie did was to tell me not to come back. I'm glad, because then I really started to dig.
Don't come
and then
back. Thank you.
What's
Listen,
that?
guys, I said, and don't you come back. Thank you for doing me that favor. Listen,
At the beginning, I was traumatized.
I
so
love
at the
I love
beginning
animals,
from it.
so I have to let my dog out. So I guess we have two options. We can either wrap it up here, or I'll turn it over to you for like 5 minutes so I can. Poor Cosmo, he's whimpering over there because it's way past his. I got to go
Do you
outside
want to?
time,
Do
so
you,
I
I
can
would
take.
love for him to be on the show when I say some more points. I would love to share a little bit more. And
Are
and
you
if
okay?
any of my
Do you want to
questions.
stay here, Angie? Like
I have
it's
to let
cool.
my dog out too. She's
Can
whining
you,
at the
can you
door
put
right
it on a video break for a few minutes?
I,
For a minute?
I only have stuff to run here for moments, so transitions.
Well,
I'll
we
tell you what.
could just
You
tell
keep
everyone what's going
talking.
on
I'm
at
going to let
work
my
for a minute.
dog out. We'll do it in shifts because I do want to give you a voice. And what harm can it do to let this thing drag on into the midnight hour? So I'll go let my
I don't want
pooch
to
out.
drag it on, but I do want to
You can
share
talk.
information.
I'm going to trust you not to say anything that's going to, I don't know, get us banned or anything. And
Well,
then I'll come back, and then Angie can go do her whatever she wants to. And then I have a song to play at the end that's very relevant, and I think it'll entertain you all. So
I think it'd be a good idea to wait for you to get back. Like we can just go ahead
well,
and use
you
your
have to
videos
carry
to
what I'm
talk for
saying.
a
You have
few
to carry the show for 5 minutes without me.
minutes.
So
Okay.
go ahead. I'm turning everything over to you. Just don't get me in any trouble, okay? All right, here we go.
We'll try not to, right, Angie?
Go ahead, Elena.
Party in the house. No. No, there's a lot of stuff that I would like to say while he's here so he can hear it, but that's okay. Actually, you know what? If you don't mind, I could just I could tell everybody because he knows this already. That sorry, I'm getting tired too. And I'm on the West Coast. Poor Rick's out east. So um Rick actually did have a good conversation with Dave this morning, which was really nice. And I do really appreciate that you brought that up last night, that you think that Dave had been duped as well. And I truly believe he was. I didn't really get to know him huge. Little bits at the beginning, and he's told me lots about himself. And I do know a lot of private information as well, which I can't share. And he and I actually did text quite a bit after the show the next day, and a bit today. Actually, he was even texting me. He watched the show for a little while. He had to leave. I was so I really do believe that he didn't know what was going on. I tried to warn him back in June about everything. I really did. I even tried to warn him in September as well. So I was just really, I felt really bad for him that night, but I think it was really good for him too. It was a good eye opener. And he actually messaged Katie the next day. I've seen it, telling her that he doesn't appreciate what happened.
He met
And
her
that,
where?
I'm sorry,
Where did they meet?
Katie and Dave,
Yeah.
David actually contacted me and asked me about the farm and about donating to it. And of course, back then I thought it was good,
Do you mean
and
meet
so
like just like phone or text, or do you mean meet? They met up in person?
I don't think they've ever met in person.
Okay.
I don't know. I have never heard of that. He contacted me at the very beginning, and I'm the one that got him in contact with Katie.
And did you receive a bunch of texts and screenshots after his conversation with us the other night?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I do know the real donation amount. It was different than what I was told back in the spring.
I think he's going to come on here tomorrow, potentially.
Yeah, I think tomorrow now. Okay, I thought Hal was going to come on tomorrow night. Hal was supposed to come on with me tonight, but he wasn't fully prepared, and we just decided that because I had a lot to say and he did, that he was going to come on tomorrow night. He's got a lot of stuff to share and receipts and everything. But yeah, however Rick organizes it. Rick did tell me that he had a great conversation with David today, 2 hours long. It was it was actually quite interesting because I was on the phone with Rick when David called him. And he goes, someone's trying to get hold of me. And I said, oh, it's probably David. He just asked me for your phone number. I'm sorry. Like, but I think you guys need to talk. So
do you mind me
and we talked
asking,
for 2 hours
like,
today.
do you regret ever getting involved or going to the farm?
No, actually, I don't, because I learned a lot of lessons. It was a big eye opener for me because I've been pretty aware of a lot going on this planet for decades. Like even when 9/11 happened, I called bullshit on it on the day that it happened. I was in university. I just, I see things that happen and it's funny that my bullshit radar didn't come up right away when I was there because my intuition's usually pretty good. It didn't come up before going there. When I was there and I started seeing people getting mistreated, I was mistreated. I was in shock for a week after I was told not to be there because I really thought that I was helping. I probably messed some stuff up too. I admit that, but I didn't know. I didn't know what was going on. I was thrown in the fire, and I was trying to help. That's all it was. But no, and I met some really amazing people there that I'm still friends with,
That's
yeah,
what
no,
every
like
former
I made
volunteer has
some really
said.
amazing connections. Sorry?
Each a former volunteer and supporter of the farm has said they have met great people and it was such a great experience to be a part of and they created community with it. And
Mhm.
I've heard that from numerous. Do you mind me asking, did you ever see Dave and Lorraine get treated poorly by others?
Yes. That was another thing I wanted to bring up. I really feel like I didn't get a chance to say
Do you want to
everything
talk,
tonight, so I'm
do you
glad we're
want to talk
talking
about some
about it.
baking? Do you want to talk about some baking?
Some baking? Oh, the ingredients thing? Oh god. You know about that too, eh? Like yeah, like
What did I miss?
apparently
What did I miss?
oh, nothing huge.
Baking.
You knew some of it. We talked about Dave for a minute,
We're just
but you
talking about
know
the fact
everything.
that allegedly the other business owners, Dave and Lorraine, have been
We just
pushed
started
out
talking.
and treated poorly and were not given even baking ingredients
Yeah,
to
Lorraine
bake.
was yeah. Sorry.
Mm.
Go ahead.
Mm.
Oh, are you done? Can I add on?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, yeah. To add on to that about the baking ingredients, Lorraine was asking for. She was baking goods for people, for the volunteers, and she was asking for money for the ingredients, and they were telling her no, there's no money, at all for it. So I'm probably gonna get shot in the foot for this, but I personally don't think David knew all about all the fundraising that was coming in. And I'm not trying to stand up for him or anything like that. I
Well,
actually really feel like he
you
was
know what
clueless
though?
about a lot of stuff.
Like
Sorry?
again, if we can kind of stick to what we do know for sure,
Okay.
try to do that. I think that would be fairer, right?
I know people that have spoken with him, and
That's
that was
hearsay.
kind of the conclusion for it. But
Right.
yeah, you're
So,
right. I did, but to go back to Angie's question, yes, I saw that they weren't getting the respect that like it was more about Lorraine. I felt really sorry for Lorraine. She was just kind of like caught in the middle of all of it. I don't think she knew everything that was really going on. She has a really kind heart. She was in the garden crying often. There was a lot of disrespect towards her house because she had the trailer there that they were living in the trailer on the property. I heard they're gone now, that they're not there. But there was even I remember one time they wanted to move a generator or something, and they ended up moving it right next to her house. And there was people that were being loud and obnoxious with some music. Not everybody. Most people that were by her trailer, like there was a group that was there of volunteers that were very respectful, towards her, and they were allowed to live in that area because they were respectful. But there was like once in a while some yahoos that caused some trouble for her, and it was disrespectful. So,
do you mind me asking, when did you get to the farm again and when did you leave?
yeah, May 17th, Saturday was the first day I was there. And I stayed for a few days, went home for one day. So I think I was there 3 days, went home one day, came back again, and then I think I was there like another like 9 days or something, I believe, through another weekend, which was another crazy weekend, 2 crazy weekends in a row, of things happening. And then I went home for a break, and then I was told not to come back, which kind of sucked too. I had some camping gear there. So, and I lost my cooler, my family cooler, which really sucked. So
Did you
Can
get
I
your gear back?
our mod is like, please wrap it up. So and we're pushing almost 5 hours here. It's another marathon. Not as long as the one where we had Dr. Pelican and Katie and Jim Kerr and crew, but we're getting close. So I do want to, I've got something I want to show people at the end, but do either of you have anything really vital that you want to share, or do you want to give us a final thought before I show you what we're going to do tomorrow?
I'm just looking at my notes. I just wanted to say that the money that I knew that came in that was supposed to help, the money was supposed to help the volunteers. And I witnessed some of it coming in, like, for supplies and some food, but a lot of food did get wasted because there was no fridge and freezer and cooler ready for it. Stuff got thrown out. But just wanted to say that it was the money that I knew that was coming in for donations, I didn't see it getting allotted for what it was supposed to be 100%. And it was supposed to be. So, I wanted to bring that up. I know that there's also rumors about volunteers getting paid $100 a day. I did learn some more information regarding that today, actually, talking with someone. So, the David told me to get a list of people and pay people $100 a day to the volunteers that were that had been there for a while, just to kind of give them a little bit of relief because they had been there helping out. And like, people really truly thought they were making a difference, right? And that's what David thought too. So I was instructed to do that. Jim gave me a notebook to go around and start getting the names, and that started to proceed. And then all of a sudden it stopped. I was told, nope, there's no money being given out now, after it had been all brought out and all announced and everything. So apparently, like, nobody got paid $100 a day. But I did find out today that people were given some money after I left, like just like $100 to a couple people. I know that gas cards were also paid for and given. And Colin was supposed to be doing a lot of that. I know that he was given some money too. But yeah, and I just wanted to say, like, that definitely, like, the money that was allotted to help was not put where it was requested to be. And I don't think David really knew that. Like, we've had that discussion already and stuff. So, and hopefully that gets all cleared up and talked about when he comes onto the show. But I'm the one that was on the ground. I was supposed to be his eyes and ears. That's what I agreed to be when I was there, and it didn't happen. Where the money went, we can just all make our own speculations on that, right? So that was just something major I wanted to say.
Final thoughts, Angie, before I drop a couple little mini bombshells?
No, I just think that it's been a lot for the locals, and like I've always said, my heart's with them and also with the wildlife, because I do believe that that's been a challenge. And like I've said numerous times, I don't speak for the locals by any means, but I am using my voice with the hopes that their side is heard, and I think we've done that here. So thank you for that.
Okay.
I feel very sorry for Edgewood. A lot of the volunteers and ex-volunteers, they all feel really bad for Edgewood, and they have been told. I've been told a lot of stories too about stuff on the side, and yeah, and I know a volunteer that actually went around and spoke to a whole bunch of the When he was asked to leave, he went around and spoke with a whole bunch of people to ask their side. And I would have loved for him to come on the show too. But like I said, like I tried really hard for months to ask other volunteers, ex-volunteers to come on, but they're traumatized. There's so many different sides to this whole thing. There's what Edgewood went through. There's what ex-volunteers went through. There's what the farm went through, the CFIA, everything. There's so many different angles. And I think a lot of people are hurt and angry. And I don't think every story has fully been heard by everybody, but yeah, it's a shame. And it's sad to see that this thing keeps going as more grifting and all that sort of stuff. So that's
so
my end remarks.
just a little bit more weirdness, but also information to reinforce some of what I was talking about really near the beginning of our conversation. I showed you the spaghetti chart, right? Showing that all these people are kind of connected loosely, and their heads blow up when I show that. Some of them, because it's like, don't show that. I don't know. Okay, there's something toxic about that. So I'm looking through the chat and giving these folks a voice here tonight too. But there's something that is kind of weird, and it's a mini bombshell. And Freedom Cat says, "Where's their discussion about Camp Hope? Do you guys know what Camp Hope is?"
I've heard of it, but I don't know a lot about it.
This is Camp Hope. This is was in Winnipeg. This was like after the Freedom Convoy. They were trying to get another convoy going. Anyway, it was sort of like a protest, but it was a rally. And this is like, it was, and a lot of people ended up camping there, just like at Edgewood. There was a Castleman camp, I think they call it, outside Ottawa.
Oh yeah, that's right, Castleman. Yeah,
So
that's
Castleman,
right. I brought that up earlier.
This was before that. So as I say, these are things that are repeating themselves. So in the chat here, in politics, there are no coincidences. Freedom Cat says, was there discussion about Camp Hope and the fact that many of the people who showed up in Winnipeg at Camp Hope are Walters, at Walters, that was the property owner there. Dave, Jim, Ron Clark, Colin Big Bear, etc. But the first name on the list, Katie. I'm just reading what's in the chat. And here, how many years now has it been? 3, I think, since that event. And here's Katie coming up. If anybody knows more about it, you think it's relevant, send it my way. Also, Optics Subjective. Rick, you missed that this chat room solved world peace. Well, thank you for that. You guys are great. Glad you could do that for us tonight. And then somebody's saying Katie was at Camp Hope. Another person commenting about that. So that's news to me. If that's true, that's kind of another dot that connects things. And there, the other thing is, you're talking about David. I actually, Pete, Blake might not believe this. I actually like David a lot. Okay. And I see that he tries to do a lot of good things, and he's doing a lot of charity stuff. And I think he's got a good heart. There's a little bit of weirdness around everything that's gone on at the farm, including what, he's been involved with. And this has been somewhat relevant to the conversation, and because it's another American connection, I'm going to show you his Facebook page. And this kind of led me not down a rabbit hole, but down other avenues to a broader discussion that I think we're going to have tomorrow night. On his Facebook page, I found this, and this is a company he's promoting, I guess, or involved with in some way. I know that he's spoken to the owners. This is called The Bridge, and they Well, I'll show you what they do to again show you the relevance of it. And Blake is saying, "Why are you guys abandoning me, shutting your cameras off? I don't want to be associated with Rick anymore." Okay, there you are. I feel weird when you guys aren't on camera with me now. Here, I'll show you. So here's what the company does. And Blake is saying, well, why are you showing an American flag? Well, because it just seems to keep connecting. And they are working to relocate people to the United States and bringing skilled trades, especially down to Texas. Strange. And so there it is again. I mean, so big donor to the farm and promoting people leaving the country and criticizing Canada. And I get it. I've looked at moving to Texas myself. I think I've mentioned it on the show here from time to time over the past few years. Long time ago, looked at moving to Texas, and I love Texas. But you know, it's also about how you do things, right? And so the thing that kind of came up for me that just raised some questions is who else is promoting it and the way they're doing it. And what these guys do is they kind of take a negative stance toward Canada, to say the least, and then they sign you up to move to the US. And so they're using, you know, some pretty influential social media influencers like Clyde Do Something here, who is Canadian, and he's moving to the US, promoting the company, and he's saying USA is the greatest country in the history of Earth, escaping the grips of communism in Canada, which I don't think is really accurate. You want to know why the ostrich tombstone is covered with an American flag? Because so many of the people protesting at the farm, involved with it, and even donating to it, really are in favor of Canada joining the United States. 51st staters, or in some cases just very critical of the government, to say the least. Hang on a second here. Somebody else binging me. Okay. Somebody's going to look into some things deeper for us and get back to us. So I bring it up because I think it is relevant to, you know, the motivations behind it, and people are welcome to have their opinions. But I'm really weirded out that you guys aren't on camera with me. Are you even there? There she is. Don't do that to me. You're creeping me out. I feel like you're hiding behind a curtain or something. You're going to jump out and scare me.
Sorry, didn't realize you were so insecure about being by yourself. Like you literally talked for an hour and 20 minutes when we started this dang thing.
Yeah, I know, but I can see you're there, but you're not there, and that's weird. It's weirding me out.
Okay.
People started text messaging me, so I was listening to you and replying to text because I was like, "Say this, say that, say this." I'm like, "Oh my god."
So yeah, this is a company, and Dave and Kevin J. Johnston is doing this. Others are doing this. You know, money influences people. If you're getting commissions to convince people to move away from Canada, to exit the country, I think it can influence your editorial judgment and the way you choose words. And I get it makes me squeamish the language that I'm seeing some of these influencers use when they're talking about their own country, my home. And I think that I'm just going to be trying to be balanced here. I think there are advantages to moving to Texas. I think there are disadvantages too. And I think that there are a lot of great reasons, as I stated at the beginning of the show, to defend Canada, and a lot of great reasons to live here. And I love my country. And I guess that's my bias. And I don't want it destroyed. I don't want it torn down. I don't want it burned to the ground, because I think it's worth saving. And I don't want it, I'm not going to give up on it. But tomorrow night, I had a conversation with David about that today, because he did phone me, because I think he's a good guy. And I also called, he's not like an owner of the company as far as I know. These influencers are getting paid commissions to convince you, Canadians, to leave, give up.
This is stuff I've been trying to say. There's influencers that are getting paid, and they don't represent everybody. They don't. They make everyone look like idiots.
And not all of them are with this company, but you.
A lot of
I mean, just look at what is written on the top of Clyde's page. The United States is the greatest country in the world. Canada's a communist, and even David on his Facebook page. What was the exact wording? It is it's a hellhole.
I'm so glad you guys talked today.
Yeah. Well,
I'm glad that I was able to
and I think it's easy to slip into that kind of language, right? Well, what a hellhole.
Don't you find it interesting, though, to not keep this going too much longer? Because I know it's late for you, it's late for me. That all of these alleged conservative, right-leaning podcasters and people are leaving Canada, so then their votes are gone. So why wouldn't they be here?
Well, I think they're still Canadian citizens, and if you follow this path, you get a green card. And that means that you can work down there, but you don't become a citizen. And I asked some questions of one of the owners and founders of the company, and it's a newer company. And so, as he informed me, you can still leave under this path, you can leave all your money, your retirement savings and so forth in a Canadian bank, go work down there. And even though the U.S. and Texas is being promoted as a safer tax haven, you know what? Talking about freedom, if you work as a Canadian in the United States and live there, become a resident, you only pay taxes on the U.S. side on your income. All right. But if you're a U.S. citizen and you work in any other country, you pay taxes in the country in which you make your income, and the United States taxes you abroad. And so I'm being told that the United States is a freer country, that there's more opportunity there. Again, I've spent time down there. I've been looking at it. There are pros and cons. I'm looking at it as a balanced thing. I understand why some people may want to leave. I understand why a lot of people want to stay here. And that's, I think, balance. And I think that's a more accurate assessment. But the constant attacks, the tearing down of the country, the description of Canada as a communist hellhole, it's not true. As I said at the beginning of the broadcast, people who are saying that, you don't know what real communism is. This ain't it. Not even close. So I take exception to it. All right. And Angie, I know you've worked in broadcast sales. And and we've discussed this, if you are selling a commercial, if you're trying to get a commercial on radio or television, and in fact, Mr. Roberts, I still am involved in broadcasting, and I have a contract right now to produce a whole series of commercials. I've got them on my order board here for television. And in order for those commercials to run on television, I have to get them approved by the Television Bureau of Canada. They have to meet certain regulatory standards. There are a lot of things you're not allowed to say.
Can't say fresh.
Can't say what?
Can't say fresh. Can't say fresh food. Can't say fresh fish.
Yep. And you
Yeah,
can't.
and I worked on the journalism side as a writer, worked for newspapers. I've had my own column and stuff, and I've watched as well how we were, how newspapers were influenced, by the money as well and the rules.
Yeah, it
very
happens.
much.
Like it's there. And I'm pretty sure that if I were to do a commercial for the Bridge or any other company like it and describe Canada as a communist hellhole, I don't think it would run on television because it wouldn't meet the standard. So it's just because it's not accurate, it's inflammatory, and it's kind of false advertising. Right? But you get away with that stuff on the internet. You can take things to the extreme. And you can appeal to people on an emotional level. And just like Mr. Roberts tonight, you can make them cry.
I have something to share regarding media and the farm, if you don't mind. It just came in mind while we're on the subject.
Sure.
Rebel News. Now, that's a whole other ball game. A lot of people don't know this, but they buy domain names that are very close to whatever the cause is, so that they can take in donations on the behalf of that cause, but the money doesn't usually get to the cause, is what I've been told. So, but they, for example, they had Save Our Ostriches as the domain name for the farm, right? Rebel News bought the domain name Save the Ostriches. And then they get online and they go, donate to Save the Ostriches. And then that goes to their platform. So it's, like I said, there's just so many different angles of things, and a lot of these influences just made everybody look bad. I do want to share one more quick piece of information, if you don't mind, too, that that just came into me by text. Someone asked me to say it, that they have proof of it and that they have talked to you on the phone. And I can text you later about it too, but they just mentioned a very important piece of information to me, that Katie met Jim out in Ottawa during the truck convoy.
And suddenly more dots appear that need to be connected. So all of these conspiracies are yet to be proven in a court of law or in the court of public opinion. So we will dig into it more deeply to see if any of that is true. And I hate to even talk about things until we know for sure. But it's just, again, par for the course on this as we continue our coverage of the very crazy ostrich farm out in Edgewood, British Columbia. And tomorrow night, because I am fair and I am balanced, I think we're going to have the co-owner of the Bridge on this program. Not so much to talk about the ostriches, but just to talk about their service, why Canadians are choosing to leave. And I think there's a valid conversation to be had there. And I had a great conversation with David about all of that and politics and some other things. I had several conversations with a bunch of people today. And so I'm looking forward to it if it happens. Hopefully it still does. Although I hope that after you listen to it, you stay in Canada and you still love your country. So that being said, that's what's on tap for tomorrow night. So there you go, guys. Last chance to say anything before I introduce our closing song from Maverick and the News Brothers tonight.
I definitely feel like I'm missing a lot of information, but it's okay. It is what it is. So
did I? Oh, okay.
You can only talk so much.
A lot more than you wanted to say, but can't get it out. But okay.
It's okay.
Right, Angie,
I have my list here, and I was just like, whatever.
Yeah.
I just want to thank you again. I've had numerous messages from locals to say they just want to thank you for speaking up and allowing them to have a voice. And yeah, I really appreciate the time that you've taken to do this, Rick. Thank you.
That's what
Yeah,
this
thank you,
whole
Rick.
thing is about. And thank you to the locals in Edgewood who did come forward. And thank you to the farm for talking to me too, and talking to all of us. And I don't hate ostriches. Okay? I don't. Now,
I
that
think
being
anybody
said,
does. I think all sides can agree to that.
yeah, and thank you, Elena, for after many months finally coming on and sharing your information, and Angie for all the deep digging that you've done and all the work that you've done prior to this. And I think unfortunately, I think this is probably not the end of this story. Maybe even in the nights ahead, it will erupt into
For
something.
me, I just wanted to end.
Yeah,
It's
me
gonna
too.
go
We're
on.
gonna and some time ago, when Alligator Alcatraz was happening, I did some research, and I found out that alligators can also become exposed to bird flu, but just like ostriches, they're not likely to die from it, but they do develop antibodies. And so Maverick and the News Brothers ended up producing this song because just like Ostrich Fest, we want to have Gatorade. So I thought it was funny at the time. I think it's still funny. I'm going to run it tonight because we got to save the gators so they can save humanity with their bird flu antibodies, just like the ostriches. See you guys tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern on the flip side. Get your tickets for Gatorade online at mavericknews.com. See ya.
Down in the swamp where the moss hangs low, there's a secret jail most folks don't know. Gate is guarded, but they're locked in too, working for nothing like good old fools. Built by Ron with a heavy hand. Time to break them out, take a stand. All we need Gatorade, let the gators go. They outlive the dinos, beat the bird flu blow. No more working for a petty dictator. Raise your voice and shout later, Gator. Their blood's got power, science agrees. Cures and answers hidden in the reeds. But the greedy man just want control. They cage the swamp and sell its soul. Trump tweets lies from a golf cart throne, while the gators suffer all alone. All we need Gatorade, a sound down the call, from the Everglades to the concert hall. The ancient, strong, and greater than haters. Time to roar out loud, later Gator. Now picture this, a swampy stage, bayou crowd. Gators marching, snapping proud. Santa's running from the beat as scaly freedom hits the street. They ain't monsters, they're survivors' friend. It's time their prison days should end. Raise your hand, stomp that ground, let the Gator anthem shake this town. We need Gatorade, a swamp, hearts unite. Play that slide guitar into the night. They've earned their peace, not another jailer. Sing it strong now, later Gator. Later Gator. Later Gator. Gatorade is king, and they're taking the swamp back.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.